Good morning, Deborah. Um, Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the workshop. My name is Pam Yako. I am from the One World team. We've been contracted, I think that's a word, or asked, or being part to facilitate the work that the PCC is doing. So my role today is to be the program director. Commissioners that are in attendance, I'm told there's two of them, Commissioner Mkoma and Commissioner Pukut. Then the executive director. Can you hear me? Of the PCC was Dora Mudise, DDG Mochotli, and other senior government officials that I might have missed. CEOs of entities that are in attendance. Everyone else who is very important in their order of importance and the offices that they represent. If I get it wrong, I recognize all of the officers and the attendees in terms of the order of importance, whatever that means. We have an agenda. It's a day that we've got people online. Let me also greet them. I hope they can hear us. Apologies for starting slightly late. But we will, as they say, when you're flying, ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We, we, we're leaving the airport slightly late, but we'll get you to your destination on time. And one wonders at that point, what's going to happen mid-air? Because clearly, the time that was planned and scheduled, there's got to be a speeding on up in the air. But fortunately, we don't have TMPD there, I suppose. And if they do catch you, I suppose they catch you by the time you have landed, and they will send you a parking ticket or speeding ticket afterwards. So hopefully we will not get a speeding ticket for this. We'll still meet the objectives of the workshop, which are basically pulling together the work that has been done. Some of you might have participated in processes or previous workshops convened by the PCC to look at climate adaptation readiness. And those workshops were focusing on let me not say key priority sectors, and namely water, built environment, as well as agriculture. So there had been workshops, and those workshops basically did a couple of things. They looked at the problem statement, what the challenges are, and looking within a broader just transition framework, look at what kind of recommendations that we need to put forward as in the short term priority actions, but also more longer term actions. So this workshop then pulls all of that work together, much as those sectors are in themselves distinct, but there's a lot of overlap between them. So what we're going to try and do today is it's a synthesis workshop, which is basically meaning that we're pulling all of that together. And then we're going to look at some of the themes that are emerging from that. The thing about a program director is that there is a program that everyone has, and there's the program that the program director has. And oftentimes, those are not the same. And it is by design that, so we try as much as 99% stick to the program as you have it, but now and again we make adjustments and become adaptable. So we'll start with before I take us through the program, because we are at the IDC, and Dr. Luandle Mkadi, who's going to welcome us. And then after that, I'll come back and just take us through on the proceedings of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, and a good morning to all of you. Welcome to the Industrial Development Corporation. You're welcome. And for those who do not know who the Industrial Development Corporation is, we were established in 1940 through an act of parliament with a very clear and very objective mandate of undertaking industrial development in the country. And that's what we've been doing since 1940. When we started, we were in downtown Joburg, and I think we moved here in the 70s or the 60s or 70s, if I'm not mistaken. And we've been doing that work, basically trying to see how we can undertake sustainable industrial development. When we started, for example, we were given 100,000 rand, just to give you a little bit of a story, which anecdote, we were given 100,000 to go and figure out how we can start the small company called Sasol. And you all know what became of Sasol. And we like using that example because Sasol is at the core of what the PCC is trying to do when it comes to the just transition. It was not only Sasol, Fourscore. At the moment, we're currently invested also in the mining sector. The chemicals value chains are still sector industries, which I'm sure you've seen a lot of in the last few weeks. So basically, we operate and we invest in those industries which are very much job absorbing. We're very much interested in impact when we make investments in the various investee companies that we invest in. Sustainability and impact is at the core of that. And its transition of those industries is what we are prioritizing at the moment. And the areas that you're going to cover today, which look at infrastructure, water, agriculture, those are other sectors that we invest in as the IDC. We've got a unit which focuses on agriculture, of course, because we're industrial funder, we focus a lot on agro-processing and the likes. When it comes to water infrastructure, those are very important industries and sectors for us because we see them as enablers of industrialization. So this is close to our hearts, and it's what we do on a daily basis. I've invited a few of my colleagues. They'll be coming in. There's a lot of things happening in the IDC today. However, we'll try and be here. I've got my few colleagues. I think Alana is here, Luana is here, and Alan is here. Always mix there. Alan and Luana are here. Please stand up. So if you need anything, and I'm not here, I've been called into other meetings. They are here to assist and to guide you. There's also Edith, who is here to assist with the logistics part. You can see she's giving you all the pens that you need for the day. And please feel welcome. I'm sure you know where the bathrooms are. We're going to try and feed you today. Our IT team is here, so please feel welcome. It's your home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure we all feel welcome. Could have done better in terms of just acknowledging the speaker. Uh, I like the part when she says, we're going to feed you. Yeah. And I just thought she started. So there's more to come, and there's more where that came from. So we're very pleased about that. But more importantly, I think that the work that you do and how that aligns with the conversations that we're having today, because some of the things that, or one of the areas rather, that does come up with regard to implementation of some of the work around adaptation or climate change broadly, it becomes the issue of means of implementation. In that, there is the issue of financing. So the work that you do is quite critical in terms of what we're talking about today. And thank you very much for hosting us, but also supporting the content as we would be this afternoon or later on today, also looking at the issue of the financing environment and look at what's available and what opportunities exist in that regard. So having said that, just the program at a glance, the one thing to note, our destination time is 1 o'clock. The time we're going to reach a destination. It is linked to the fact that it is a day before a public holiday, and the N1 gets very busy on a day before a public holiday. Oh, I thought I said something wrong. Oh, okay. Oh, it says 2 o'clock on the program. But I think we're also gonna eat because yeah, we'll see. But having said that, I'll consult on the exact times. For some reason, I made a mental note of 1 o'clock. So did I make a mental note of 8:30. So for some reason, I think Mamiya and times today are not in sync, and apologies for that. Just an overview, we'll start with a scene setting from the executive director, and then we go into a presentation that looks at, synthesizes the work that has been done so far, the key recommendations, and some of the areas that we need to look at. Then we have a panel facilitated by Mr. Dezegan Naidu, who is a senior advisor adaptation, who then facilitate a panel. And the panel is going to look at some of reflections, and the panelists come from different parts of the sectors. Then we're gonna go then after that have a break, and then we will then have and I'll make announcements in terms of how we deal when we come to the groups later on, and how we're going to divide people, and also the people online, how are we going to make sure that they're part of the groups. But that's for later. And then after that, we get reports from the groups, and then Commissioner Makoma closes, and we're just going to have to work out what that time is. But I hope everyone is comfortable and has got a sense of what we're trying to do. We do have a lot of work ahead of us, and we don't have enough time to do that. So as it has become, or some people that do know me, I sometimes worry about time. And as I get older, I've stopped worrying about it. I started acting on it. So if I feel something is getting longer than I thought, than planned, ED, as I'm calling you, I then start kind of like sending messages to say, your time is up, kind of thing. When I was younger, it didn't really matter, but these days it does matter. If I offend anybody in doing so, just give me an allowance. It comes with age. Okay. And on that note, over to you, madam.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, Honorable Mayor Pukunzi. I probably said it the wrong way around, but we really appreciate having our commissioners with us when we have these critical discussions. Something. Okay. Is it okay now? Thank you. I will learn not to press buttons that don't belong to me. So, yes, good morning, everyone. And we really appreciate and are happy that you could take time out of your busy schedule to spend half a day with us today. The Presidential Climate Commission remains committed to pursuing and driving a just transition in South Africa, and also broader than South Africa, the region, and broader because we also aim to influence and share lessons with those that are outside our borders. Today's workshop, though, is quite critical for us because we are here to try and synthesize and look at the work that we've done on adaptation within the 3 key sectors that the program director mentioned earlier on. So we are going to dive deep into the built environment and the adaptation considerations within the built environment. What are the shortcomings? What are the recommendations in terms of moving forward and accelerating climate action? We will also go into the water as well as the agriculture, just the water and agricultural value chain, how those areas are impacted. And I'm sure you will agree with me, and as we go through our discussions today, that these 3 sectors are quite critical for our resilience and adaptation to the impacts that we are already experiencing on climate action. So today we would like to engage and ensure that we come up with or align pathways towards an inclusive, just, and efficient future where we will be able to respond decisively to pressures that are coming up. The president has given us a further impetus to mobilize and deliver more ambition on climate action through the proclamation on Monday, the 17th. You would have seen that the president has proclaimed the Climate Change Act, bringing into effect both the mitigation systems through sector emissions targets and carbon budgets, and also, more importantly, the adaptation systems, which is set at all spheres of government, particularly in local government, where adaptation measures and resilience are most critical. Most of you would have seen or heard that in 2024, global temperatures surpassed the 1.5 degrees Celsius mark that is in the Paris Agreement. So we've already actually overshot the 1.5 degrees Celsius that we were hoping to curb the temperature increases at. That can also be observed through, we are seeing that severe weather impacts are happening, the severity is increasing, the frequency is also increasing throughout the world. We've also seen in South Africa a number of key provinces, cities. I mean, as early as a week and a bit ago, 2 weeks ago, Durban was hit again, areas of the Northern Cape with extreme heat. So, and we are also seeing wildfires in the Cape happening. So we are seeing more and more of these occurrences happening more frequently. So the scientific basis is clear. We've gone beyond discussions that aim to try and convince different stakeholders about the science of climate change, because now the science has become reality and it's now a day-to-day challenge that we are facing. So vulnerable communities are more impacted. So you see, whenever we experience floods, it's normally those that are in informal settlements, mainly due to the vulnerable spaces that they find themselves occupying. And that's why the built environment issues become so critical. And these are the people that are also unable to bounce back at a faster rate. But more so in the adaptation space is the issue of damage to infrastructure, damage to whole economies, even in the agricultural sector. Insurance is no longer available, or it's becoming more expensive because of the frequency in damage to infrastructure. So now we are moving into key financial losses that would be happening. In 2022, the PCC published a just transitions framework that emphasized the need for procedural, restorative, and distributive justice, ensuring that no one is left behind, thus setting guidelines for us within which we undertake the research work that we are doing. It's coming from there. So the work that we've done, which we will be engaging on today, on the 3 sectors, came up with 4 categories of recommendations that we will look at. Firstly, the importance of governance and partnerships in implementing climate action and ensuring resilience and adaptation. The 3 sectors that we are talking about are interlinked, but then also linked with many other sectors. So from a government perspective, you would see they straddle different government departments. So both horizontally and vertically, though they also straddle layers of government, but then also multiple industries, which then means that the solutions that we come up with can never be implemented by one entity, one sphere of government, one industrial organization, but it's then a combined effort. So that is the first finding, and we're going to look at those linkages between different institutions and how we can collectively come up with working formulas of collaboration. The second key finding is on finance and investment for adaptation. To this day, it's very difficult to track adaptation financing. It's not even in government allocations. You will not in any department find an allocation that says this is for resilience and adaptation to climate change, especially when we're talking about major infrastructure programs. More so with development finance and global climate finance, we are still struggling to try and track and make sense of climate financing. So with this finding, we need to then, the team or the group that's going to be discussing that, look at how do we ensure that we've got climate responsive budgeting in different areas or institutions? How do we integrate different financial instruments to make sure that they work for resilience? And how do we resource or how do we mobilize resources across different funding partners? The third key recommendation is on municipal capacity and implementation. So whenever we face damage to infrastructure due to the climate breakdown, it's actually most of the times at a local level. So houses are destroyed, road infrastructure, electricity infrastructure, and it's municipalities that need to respond to that. Most of our municipalities, certainly not all of them, the metros, you would say, are more capacitated than most of the local and district municipalities. So capacity is a key constraint, but then also allocations from government. Most of these functions are non-budgeted, non-allocated, but then also disaster responses are quite ineffective in most instances. So therefore, municipal capacity and implementation by municipalities remain key. And therefore, we need to look at how we support and work together with local government to ensure maximum success in what we are implementing.
The fourth and last key finding is around monitoring, evaluation, and learning. Tracking climate action is a huge challenge. And the Presidential Climate Commission has been doing a very good work on tracking just transition over the years. However, to track adaptation and resilience action is a huge challenge. Mitigation, though not easy, but relatively easy compared to adaptation action. So monitoring and evaluation quite critical. What mechanisms can we put in place to make sure that we evaluate and assess the actions that we take? And how do we ensure that we generate the knowledge and information that we need in order to improve on the processes and interventions that we put in place? So those are the 4 key findings in summary that we will be discussing today. So in conclusion, as we move into today's discussions, I encourage all of us to prioritize actionable solutions that would address governance gaps, finance bottlenecks, as well as capacity challenges across the board. The Presidential Climate Commission remains committed to working with all stakeholders to refine our national adaptation strategy that is led by the Department of Environment, Department of Forestry, Fisheries, and the Environment to drive meaningful change in the country. We also, as we are now observing Water Month, the 22nd on Saturday is Water Day, World Water Day. So we hope that you will all be observing that. Yes, do drink enough water, but use less water to wash your cars and everything else that you need to do that is non-essential. You would have seen that our metros are struggling with water supplies. Johannesburg Water is in strains. The city of Tshwane is at strains, Cape Town. So I think as we stand here, none of the municipalities would tell you that they are water secure. So water remains a key challenge. So as we observe this World Water Day, let us just take a moment to even think further around this water challenge and how we collectively resolve and get to a point where as a country we can say we are water secure. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much for those pointers. I suppose for me, the one key takeaway is that it is one thing to talk about what the challenge is, but I think the thing is what actions and how do we move forward? Because I think time is not on our side. And the ED has kind of given examples where we're starting to see the effects of climate change. And we do not want, we can no longer say, question the science or afford to say that we don't need to take action. But because we're starting to deal with this at multiple levels without necessarily repeating what she says. And I think she spoke about local government as well, and how for local government this is becoming a critical issue. And I think in our discussions later on, we need to think about that, because there's issues of capacity, skills, resources, and also how you manage impact whilst you continue to deliver services that in many of our cities and towns we're still behind on. So without wasting more time, let me ask Belinda Petrie, who is going to make a presentation on the synthesizing adaptation readiness.
Thank you, Pam. Greetings, all protocols observed. So I'm here to check that my presentation's on the screen. Thank you. I wonder, colleagues, is there any way of tilting the screen this way? No. The stage one. All right, don't worry, I'll start. So I'm here to build on what the executive director has said in terms of the issues that have been raised, the urgency, and so I will repeat some of it, but just really, really wanting to build and give us some food for thought for the panel session and for the breakout groups. So this work is based on the key findings from nearly 2 years. Pam said it earlier in the opening remarks, nearly 2 years of work around assessing 3 key sectors. So I'll take us through what we have found in terms of the state of adaptation readiness, what we have identified with stakeholders as the necessary conditions of success, which is pretty much what the ED was going through. Am I not being heard?
No.
Oh, I'm supposed to tell you next slide. Next slide, please. Sorry, thank you. It's just that I'm working off my own computer because I can't see that screen. But you're in the right place. Thank you. So the ED has basically laid out what we've identified as the necessary conditions of successful adaptation readiness. So we'll talk mainly about that and some of the overarching pathways and our key findings. So this work has been predicated on a suite of sector literature reviews, sector studies and analysis, expert consultations, stakeholder workshops across the different sectors that we've been working in, and then culminating in this synthesis analysis. 4 key research questions have underpinned, next slide please, have underpinned the work. So those are in the green box on the right. So we've basically been looking at what's been going on in the different sectors, what activities are underway in terms of climate change, what is currently considered to be international best practice. So we did some case studies from around the world, and then we looked at how South Africa is aligning or not with the examples of international best practice, in addition to which we looked at alignment with what stakeholders and the research told us is needed. So that's the second last question. The last question is probably the most important one, given the Presidential Climate Commission's remit and the Climate Change Act that we now have. Very happily. And that is, what are the strategic enablers of the transition to a low carbon and climate resilient society and economy in terms of the 3 principles of justice. So this is the just transition question, looking at procedural, distributive and restorative justice for all of South Africans. Then next slide, please. The approach that's been taken for this work first is to locate it within the broader suite and body of the PCC's work towards the just transition, which is very much around getting us ready for implementing the act that the President wrote into law and promulgated on Monday. And that then is, and this is something that I'm emphasizing today because food for thought, how do we think about the application of those 3 principles of justice? So that's something we need to think about through the discussions this morning and particularly in the group work that we do later. And why are we doing that? We're doing that to make sure that the most vulnerable groups are protected and that those groups can also derive the benefits of the transition to low carbon climate resilience in South Africa. So I've already given you the questions that we covered. The box on the right just tells you the process. We mapped what's been happening in each sector, identified gaps and key strategies that need to be implemented, particularly noting South Africa's constrained fiscal environment. So we need to be imaginative. We need to think about what we can release back into the system that's already out there. Then we looked at addressing the silo mentality that tends to dominate not only in South Africa, this is anywhere in the world. We'll talk about that later. The best practice, gaps and urgent priorities, and then recommendations and pathways. I'm going to focus. We've done 3 very detailed sector studies. I'm not going to go into the detail of all those findings today. I will touch on key findings, but I'm mainly going to focus on the way forward because that is what we are here to discuss today. So just some context first. So the overarching findings, next slide, please. Next one again. Thank you. Thank you, Pam. So our overarching finding, and I will give some nuance to this just now, it's not as black and white as it looks, is that South Africa's adaptation readiness is quite far from where it needs to be. The context to that is that we are, and I am leading with water, partly because it's necessary, partly because it's International Water Day on Saturday. But water is where I often use the phrase, the stress multiplier or the threat multiplier. It's where a lot of the impacts of climate change manifest, no matter what sector you're in, particularly true in the three sectors that we covered. So a little bit around our water context is that we are considered a water-stressed country. We are semi-arid. We do face extreme events. These are set to increase. Droughts and floods are common, but we also have growing heat stress and the more gradual onset of climate change that you don't see as easily as you do a flood or a drought. And that comes from gradually increasing temperatures, sea level rise, etc. Our rainfall is unreliable. The unpredictability of rainfall is set to get worse under climate change. There's some stats around that there for you. And then on top of that, or the context that climate change is coming into, is the infrastructure problems. So the situation in many of the municipalities, and Dora was saying earlier that there isn't a municipality that would consider themselves water secure. This is not just because of climate change. And so there's very important context here that we also have to consider. Maintenance has not been looked after. We have unmaintained infrastructure and we have avoidable water losses that continue to plague us. So that is an important context as well. And then climate change comes along and is here with us already and exacerbates that context and creates problems, particularly for our vulnerable populations, which is why we're here today talking about this in the context of the just transition. And that is not least because we do have this backdrop of our persistent triple challenge of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Next slide, please. So to recap on what the ED was saying now, these are the 4 necessary conditions that we've identified for adaptation readiness. And we're also identifying that all 4 need to be addressed. So it wouldn't help to cherry pick one and not address the others. So this is an integrated approach that looks at collaborative governance and partnerships and cooperative governance. And we do have the basis, we have the legal basis for this in South Africa. So we have a strong foundation from which to build. But this is really about making sure that climate change is mainstreamed into key policies, into budgets, into plans, and to make sure that we're not just dreaming up policies that can't be implemented because there isn't an associated budget. Michael Sachs was actually writing about that about a week ago. So cooperative governance and multi-stakeholder partnerships are absolutely critical. No single sector, no single private or public sector communities cannot do this on their own. So the partnerships are central. And we need to think about how we do this because we have mandates and budgeted mandates, and then we need partnerships that sometimes sit outside of those mandates. And this is something I know that the Department of Water and Sanitation, Department of Human Settlements have also been considering in their climate change strategies. So that's absolutely important, as are Nexus approaches. Climate-centered financing environment is also critical and goes, as I've already said, hand in hand with collaborative governance. And there are, I think the main point I wanted to make here in terms of our findings is that there is a significant amount of money that can be released back into the system that's already there. without necessarily constraining the fiscus. So this can be done through efficiency gains and many other means that you all are very familiar with. Polluter pays principle is a way of looking at the principles of justice and then leveraging our strong development finance foundation and our strong private sector, private finance sector, which is not necessarily oriented at the moment towards climate change fully, but could be through collaborative partnerships. Delivery capacity, I'm not going to go into in any more detail. Dora already did that very eloquently. But just to add that we do have a wealth of research in this country. We've got excellent research capacity that is being used to help us think, but it's not being used to help us implement and make sure that policy is carried through. And then monitoring, evaluation, learning, and impact assessments. This is a new phrasing that's come up. And this came up a lot in the stakeholder engagements, where stakeholders said on panels, etc., in the sector workshops, that we have lost the ability in South Africa to reflect on our interventions, learn from communities, and strengthen our hand in what we're doing. So this isn't the boring side of running around gathering data, which everybody seems to want to avoid. This is really about understanding the impact of what we've been doing. Is it working? Isn't it working? How do we do it better? Then there are three key aspects that are overarching and foundational. Next slide, please. My apologies. To adaptation readiness before I get into the sector findings. And these are systemic transformational change, nexus approaches, and nature-based solutions or ecosystem-based adaptation solutions. These all three together need to underlie readiness in terms of our findings. What you see in the graphics is what you get if you do transformative development versus what you get if we go with business as usual. So, and that's particularly important in terms of social outcomes and environmental outcomes. So on the upside, if we do go with transformational change, confront the situation and be brave and bold about it, is ecosystem stewardship, knowledge diversity, social inclusion, and equity and justice. If we go with business as usual, which is pretty much where we are in South Africa, this is from the science, the international science, but it very much aligns with where we are in South Africa. So aspirational on the left, business as usual on the right, which would just perpetuate the current social situation and social inequities that we have in South Africa. What that means, colleagues, is confronting the dominant development paradigm and the power relations that's associated with that, and making some serious changes, which really means a hard look at our norms and values and worldviews, our governance, and we've spoken about that in terms of rules, law, and customs, and then the flow and distribution of power and resources. So that's the transformative. Next slide. I also spoke about nexus approaches combined with ecosystem-based adaptation or nature-based solutions. So two diagrams that in a way can go hand in hand. So the nexus is on the left, right? This is looking at the water, energy, food, ecosystem nexus. Many would add health to that in terms of human health. I see that as an outcome, but it's really about optimizing the synergies and minimizing and managing the trade-offs that need to be made between sectors. For example, because the ecosystems are not yielding enough water, water is not sufficient to go around for absolutely everything, which is the situation we're in at the moment. So the nexus approaches are critical. It does mean debunking the silo mentality that we have. What we are also learning through extreme events, for example, the very famous that nearly happened, day zero drought in Cape Town, is that our infrastructure was not enough. Having the big dams did not get us through the drought. And so we do need to also work with nature-based solutions, ecosystem-based adaptation to combine with our infrastructure solutions. And this is key also to underpinning. Eco-based adaptation, as DFFE calls it, nature-based solutions, as many people know it, are also intended to optimize healthy ecosystems and through that manage for the social outcomes that we want, social inclusion, equity of access, etc. And so the positive societal and development outcomes and a just transition is the intentional outcome behind these three key approaches. Next slide, please. I've become good at this, Pam. Yeah. So looking at what, how did we get there? How did we get to those findings? As you've heard, we've been basing this work on three key economic areas of focus: water, agriculture, and the built environment. Very much tie in with the Nexus approach. There's some very interesting findings in the work in terms of the Nexus. But I'm not here to tell you about the detail of that. So I'm going to just give you very briefly some of the key findings from each of those. I'm going to call them sectors. It's easier, although the built environment is not a sector. The water is a value chain. But I'll give us some very high-level findings, and then I'm going to go into what is a possible, maybe plausible pathway for adapting the different necessary conditions of success into a different kind of future in those sectors. A little bit of dreaming on our part, but I'm hoping that with that dreaming, we can continue to dream some practical realities into a positive future in the group work. So I'm starting with the water value chain. Next slide, please. Thank you. No, previous slide. You were one ahead of me. All right. So some of this I've already said, right? In terms of water stress being a thing in South Africa, a key finding, not a surprise, is that water stress is highly unequally distributed throughout society and economy. So basically, we've got a situation of people that hoard water and have plenty of water, and then plenty of people that have very little. Municipalities, we're going to be talking a lot about municipalities. They are the interface between state and communities, particularly in terms of service delivery, water being one of the key services that district municipalities are mandated to deliver. They are constrained, we know this, but they do play a major constitutional role, and it's a constitutional role. So either we need to change the constitution, or amend our approach and how we are dealing with municipal capacity. Those are the choices that we face here, and a transformative approach is most certainly needed. Water is also undervalued. This is also true the world over, but it's undervalued in terms of the massive economic and life-sustaining role that it plays. So South Africa, also with this lacks a coherent monitoring framework at the WEFI Nexus level, water, energy, food ecosystems level. So we might be monitoring at a sector level, but we're not looking at how this is happening across a Nexus. With this, colleagues, water is everybody's business. If you don't have it, you struggle as an individual, your business would struggle, your organization, everything that you are trying to do. So multi-stakeholder partnerships, again, are key. We also need partners with our neighboring partnerships, rather, with our neighboring countries, which is not to say we don't have them. We've signed Lesotho Highlands, that's coming on board a little bit late, but it is that project that will help to deal with the crisis in Gauteng when it comes on board. But important to know that around 70% of our GDP in South Africa is supported by water that comes from our neighbors, 6 neighboring countries in total, including Lesotho. Then I spoke about research capacity earlier, and that this isn't translating into policy implementation. Some excellent, and it's in the room, it will be on the panel this morning, excellent research capacity in the water space, also on the Nexus. So we're very fortunate, and that research capacity is playing a leading role in the international arena. Now to a little bit of the dreaming. So this is an example, although for water we went for a fairly higher level. Sorry, next slide, please. So what could an adaptation-ready water value chain look like? Remember that the situation that we're in at the moment is unmaintained water and sanitation infrastructure and avoidable water losses, which create or contribute to significant water stress. We do have unequal distribution of this water stress. As I said earlier, there are people that can look after themselves and hoard the water. There are people that can't and have very little. And that is the key issue that we have to address. And to put this in perspective, according to Stats SA, around 3 million people don't have direct access to water. 16 million don't have access to sanitation. This flies in the face of the constitutional right to human dignity. The complication, again, I've touched on this, is poor governance, low investments, and a combination of those two things are leaving cities, towns, and rural communities unready for climate change or unprepared for climate change, and women and the poor suffer the most. So looking forward to what could a pathway to changing that situation be from a transformational perspective. This doesn't capture everything. These are ideas. First is to recognize, invest in, and implement the DWS climate change strategy, which has been consulted on. And second is to regulate financing of climate resilient water and sanitation infrastructure. So there is a regulatory role, and you'll see it coming through in all three, ideally through incentives rather than penalties. But that's something to think about. We need, as I said earlier, to release water back into the system by incentivizing or regulating for aggressive water conservation and demand management, particularly among our intensive water users. This isn't the time to be thinking about the tap running at the end of a street in a peri-urban poor community. Those are not our culprits. They struggle with infrastructure, but they are not necessarily the ones that are making the big impact in terms of using water. And then with that, we also want to ensure that intensive users pay for the true value of water, and that we apply the polluter pays principle. So if a big industrial organization is polluting, don't want to fix it, then there does need to be some means of financial recourse that can come back into the system, and that those finances be ring-fenced and targeted towards building climate resilient infrastructure, and addressing backlogs in maintenance, which are leaving us unready for climate change. Next slide, please. Agriculture, another sector that is characterized by duality. This is something that's come through in every sector that we looked at. The duality issues, not surprising because of inequality in South Africa. But here are some key findings. One is climate change is broadly understood. On another project, we've been working directly with farmers, smallholder producers, not commercial, smallholders across South Africa. They know that there's this thing called climate change. They don't know what to do about it. They don't have the knowledge, they don't have the practices, and they don't have the climate smart technologies to address their vulnerability. At the same time, this is a sector that is highly exposed to heat stress, drying, droughts, floods, etc., and particularly rainfall variability. I mentioned earlier, becoming less predictable, and yet there's a very high dependence on rain-fed agriculture. In other words, our smallholder producers and household producers that look after food security for their own families are completely dependent on the vagaries of rainfall. They don't have the infrastructure. So climate change is increasing the vulnerability of small-scale producers, and they are also often farming on marginal and degraded land across South Africa. At the same time, they're dealing with rising costs of inputs, fertilizers, etc., and lack access to machinery and equipment, and particularly to the extension support system. So that extension support system is there, but it doesn't have the capacity to meet the growing needs of our smallholder producers. It also is incapacitated around climate smart agricultural practices. At the same time, at a national level, our agriculture policy is also not climate ready. There has been some work done on climate smart agricultural guidelines. It was in the day when environmental affairs and agriculture were one department. And then there's the agriculture and agro-processing master plan on the table, and a lack of integration between those two. Land reform, just briefly to touch on this, restitution or land reform restitution focused rather than building productive market-oriented smallholders. So in other words, we're recommending a shift towards productive smallholders as opposed to just dealing with land and land ownership and tenure. So a focus on production. And that also means dealing with traditional land tenure systems, which are at the moment hindering adaptation readiness. People do not have title deeds in their hands to go and access resources, be it from a financial institution or even a seed organization. They don't have that form of guarantee at hand, and this is an issue. So again, back to dreaming. Next slide, please. Otherwise, you'll be dreaming just with me. So the situation is that smallholder and market-oriented producers, I'm drilling down into a specific context here. There are others. But these producers are mainly disconnected from markets. This is one of the key characteristics of the agriculture sector. The commercial farmers and the supermarkets are making up the greater, by a vast majority chunk of agriculture value chains. And this happens both in terms of formal and informal markets, we found. So formal markets are a bit more complicated. They involve they generally cover wide geographies, but they also involve value chain linkages and relationships that are quite complex. Producers also have to access logistics and meet standards. And then your simpler informal markets also, however, require attention. They need physical infrastructure like a market that you can go to and sell your produce and buy your produce in a small town, for example. So the complication is that the smallholder, so we've got smallholder producers, they could produce for the market, but it's that linkage that's missing. So that's the complication at the moment, and it's rendering these smallholder producers more vulnerable to climate change because they can't increase their incomes and they struggle to diversify in an environment that is dictating in terms of climate change that they do diversify. So supermarkets require the standards to be in place. They need to know that those standards and logistical requirements will be met. But yet the producers are not receiving the support they need to be able to do that. I'm getting a time call. Thanks, Pam. And at the same time, they're increasingly impacted by climate change. With this, municipalities, who are the ones that could be setting up, for example, the market space for informal markets, are not mandated to spend money on agriculture. That's a provincial mandate. And that level of collaboration is not always strong enough to go back to cooperative governance. And at the same time, smallholder producers and household producers are not equipped with the knowledge, technologies, and practices to adapt. So the resolution is that national government mainstreams climate change into relevant policy. I mentioned that already, that government fully capacitates and invests in the extension system, particularly around climate smart agriculture, but that there's also collaboration with specialized NGOs, and they do exist, and some of them operate in South Africa, that can increase productivity and access value chains with smallholders. Provincial government role is to collaborate with the specialized NGOs and supermarkets to create those value chain linkages and to make sure that farmers are equipped with climate smart agriculture practices. And then lastly, and I am nearly finished, I'm moving into the built environment. Next slide, please. Thank you. Again, duality. Societal inequalities in South Africa are starkly manifest in the built environment. And the government interventions in this regard have been inadequate. Financing is also characterized by duality, and it traps the built environment in a very low state of adaptation readiness. There's a heavy reliance on grants and subsidies, which is quite scary in a fiscally constrained environment. It also means that communities are not as empowered as they could be to take control of their own destiny. At the same time, private sector and communities can play a much bigger role through collaboration and partnerships, but there is this issue of community disempowerment in many ways, government and private sector not working in harmony, and poor alignment within as well as across different sectors. And so what happens is, and I'm going to go into this in the example, next slide, please, is that the informal solutions, and we do have a large informal economy sector, however you want to phrase it, in South Africa, and it's growing, and it's very manifested in the built environment. But informal solutions tend to abound because people take matters in their own hands and they figure out how to make things work for themselves. So I gave an example, which I didn't talk about earlier on, about the taxi industry in the previous slide, being a really good example of how the informal private sector stepped in to a transport problem in South Africa a very long time ago, and we are still with that. This is an example of a township in Gauteng. It's based on a real case study, but a township in Gauteng where RDP housing recipients are building on additional rooms to their dwellings. They're not allowed to, in this particular example, put backyard shacks into the backyard. So they're building the rooms because they want the rental. And they're renting those rooms out. These can sometimes be as many, believe it or not, 10 rooms on one RDP house. I think you all know what an RDP house looks like. What this is doing from a positive perspective is that those people are leveraging an asset, which is good. And they're using that to increase that firstly, it's improving the standard of living accommodation, which could have been a shack. But it's also a situation of a private sector, RDP household owner, upfronting an investment. So that person is investing in these rooms and then later on renting them out for income. The complication is that we're ending up with unplanned and sometimes chaotic and unregulated situation of housing that is placing enormous stress on service delivery, water and sanitation services among them, and significantly increasing climate vulnerability because often these dwellings are built in a very unclimate resilient manner and in the wrong places that are dangerous for the inhabitants. And at the same time, we again have a situation of climate responses not being mainstreamed into policy. So the first approach here, and this has been an enormously important finding from the built environment work, is to embrace informality. Accept the situation for what it is, work with its pros, I've given you some of them, and manage for the negatives. And there are a range of interventions that can be adopted. Enforcing brick extensions rather than backyard shacks is important, but at the same time, we need to limit the number of extensions so that services are not overly constrained, enforce utilization of climate resilient housing materials, restrictions for building in, for example, threatened ecosystems or on floodlines, and enforce those. We also need to accelerate, implement, and adopt and finance the Human Settlements Climate Change Strategy. There is one that deals with all of these issues. And that strategy also says establish standards and specifications for resilient building material, for example, through municipal tenders and bylaws. We also need to financially incentivize utilization of climate resilient building materials via the various sectors, big private sector construction companies, right through to those that are building housing in whatever manner. So colleagues, I'm going to end there. I'm not going to go through the detail on the next slide and last slide, please. But just to end by saying that adopting transformational approaches to adaptation unlocks an enormous scope of interventions that many of us are designing, many of us in the room are designing, trying to implement, but always coming up against some wall that will have to do with capacities, delivery capacities. It'll have to do with lack of cooperative governance. It'll have to do with a financial environment that is constrained in some way or the other, and it will have to do with lack of monitoring, evaluating, and learning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Belinda. One of the challenges of a program director when you kind of like almost an hour behind with the program and the times allocated is how do you then allow the processes to happen at the same time? You kind of like keep to the time. So I'm already in that zone at the moment. So one of the things that I'm going to kind of like default on is to cut on your tea time, just unilaterally, in your interest. So if you do want to have a cup of tea, stretch your legs, please feel free. However, we're not taking that break because if you do want to stretch your legs, please, by all means, all right? We're together. Yes, you're supporting this. It's not unilateral anymore. It's a democratic decision. All right. I mean, it's quite comprehensive, the presentation. It looks at 3 sectors, and there's a couple of key messages that came out of that. And I wouldn't even start to summarize what was said, but just a couple of points for me that stood out. The need for an integrated approach. Much as we're looking at different sectors, our approach should be in a kind of integrated manner. And also this issue of what our development, I suppose we need to start looking at our dominant development paradigm. And what are the things that we got used to in terms of within the sectors and across the sectors and between the sectors, what is it that we're gonna do differently? Because our paradigm clearly it's not going to take us forward, the current paradigm. And last 2 points, I think one for me is that this issue of citizen science and involvement, embedded in that would then be issues of IKS, what's the I now? Indigenous knowledge systems in how we do things. How do we genuinely involve people? So it talks to issues of inclusion. It talks to issues of ensuring that the processes itself is just. And also, I know DDP that on Saturday it is International Water Day, and this month still was also International Women's Month. And as we speak, we're talking there is CSW 69, which looks at issues of gender and women specifically. And I think in some parts in the presentation, issues of women came up, but for me, not as strong enough, but that's something that the group might want to look at. And then kind of like transformational adaptation pathway. And what does that look like within the sectors, between the sectors, and within the spheres, between the spheres and spheres of civil society and the rest of society. And I think those are difficult questions that we're going to have to look at. So without further ado, I'm going to over to Des again, who has exactly the time that's in the program. I haven't taken any time away from that. But with your permission, if you do go over with the panelists, I will then have to take some time from the panel, and I hope not. They would basically also start looking at responding from a kind of sector perspective or giving some insights from a sector perspective. In some instances, it's going to be gaps identification. In some instances, we might agree with the findings and the pathways that have been suggested, but it would be nice to spice it up a little bit if you disagree with some of the things. Then we have the, when you're playing football, then we say game on, So Desigan is a senior advisor adaptation within the PCC, and he has got a panel. Do you want me to introduce your panel? You will introduce your panel. He wants me to do it. And as I introduce the panel, if the panelists could just come up. Ms. Deborah Muchotli, who's a DDG in the Department of Water and Sanitation. Dr. Msizi Mieza, who's the CEO of CBE, or Council for the Built Environment. Mr. Mike de Klerk, who's an agriculture economics researcher. And last but not least, Councillor, Commissioner, Mayor of local municipality, also coming from Salva. She wears many hats, and Councillor Papunsi, or Commissioner. Of course, Dr. Pecha from the Water Research Commission. How can I do that? You see, my grandmother would have made it to be about you. And when she has forgotten, she would say, you eat in the dark. But apologies for that.
Yeah, sure. Hello, everyone. I know it's been a little bit of a marathon session this morning. This is the last input session before you get into workshop mode. So please be patient with us. Secondly, I saw some of the body language while that presentation was going on. And yep, the discomfort was deliberate. You have to engage these issues as we finalize where we're going to. And we are coming at this from very different perspectives. And what we have to do is to mold what we can around a very practical plan, supported by a very detailed analysis to enable us to get to the next level where we really want to scale impact. We are also looking for the synergies among these three sectors. This is the value add that was designed into this particular project. It is about influencing the individual sectoral strategies, but today's workshop is how do we organize for the value add that can come from engaging these issues together. Now, we have a panel that is really well equipped to engage these issues. They all come from very specific sectors, perhaps with the exception of Brilliant, who looks at this in a broader perspective, holding the climate portfolio in the WRC. But their job today also is to organize for that knitting together. So we're looking forward to your engagement as well. The format is we're going to have some inputs from the panel first. We're then going to open it up for engagement after we have an engagement inside the panel, and then we'll come back to the panel to pull it all together before you go into the workshops. So on that note, I'm going to go closer to the panel. So we're going to speak from the floor. Hope you can speak. So colleagues, thanks for being there, being with us. You can pass this along as we go along, please. So you've heard the presentation. Many of you have actually been part of the previous workshops when we went through this in each of the sectors. In your domains, you've been thinking about this for a very long time. I mean, we must acknowledge the maturity of the thinking that's gone into every one of these sectors around both the developmental challenge as well as the climate challenge. So the key thing here is to, one, provide the perspective of where you are. Two, be very bold about the gaps that you see in the analysis that has been done, because that's what we have to fix up. And three, we really want you to talk about how you can use the value add of engaging these sectors together. We're talking about three very specifically today, but the concept is much broader than that. So to begin, Deborah Mochotli, DDG from the DWS, within which a lot of the planning happens, and perhaps in particular for today's engagement, how water is looking at climate change. Ma'am, over to you.
Thank you very much. For me, in responding, let me premise my response on this short background. We're talking about in the water sector, our main mandate, if we were to sum it up, is water security. We adopted integrated water resource management years ago. And that was a recognition that the water business is more than just, resides in more than just the water sector. And therefore, things like land use and all other things needed to be taken into account when you talk about water. We have a situation, most of the things that I would probably add into the background are things that Belinda has already indicated. She emphasized the issue of inequality in water. There are a number of people in our country classified as unserved. In that category of the unserved, we have those that were never served. And then we have those that are adding to the number of the unserved as a result of failures somewhere. They've got intermittent supply, they've got unreliable supply, and sometimes there's no water for days. There's no South African that is not aware of this. It's on our faces on a daily basis on TV. That is the situation. Now, before we even come to climate change, that is the situation we're faced with now and what puts us in this room today. There are human element or human-induced things that should have happened that are currently exacerbating the impacts of climate change. And what are those things? One is ailing infrastructure. Number two is lack of capacity at municipal level where water services is supposed to be happening. Number three is the fact that there are people that were never served before. And therefore, if you are to do all those things at the face of climate change, the municipalities are getting overwhelmed. We actually are literally speaking over their heads. And even when you speak to South Africans about climate change, yes, they hear you because they are experiencing all these things. They are experiencing the floods. And I was saying to my neighbor here earlier that, you know, the sad thing, Jessica, is that people that don't have water on a daily basis, some of them are killed now by floods. So water comes in, sweeps them away. So those are the things that I'm trying to premise this discussion in so that you understand when I get to the difficulties that are there at municipal level and at all spheres of government actually to get to adaptation and resilience. We are talking adaptation and resilience at the economic climate as well that is a bit difficult. Government is in cost containment. Government is trying to size down government or the size of government, and there's talk of reduction of personnel in government. Both these two things, cost containment and reduction, have posed a risk to what we are talking about today. Let's go to the issue of cooperative governance that we are also to respond to. Yes, I agree that we're not yet there. However, at least there's a pathway. There's something that we've created that will take us there.
As you are aware, and as it has been mentioned, we have recently approved and updated and got our strategy approved. That strategy, one of the key strategic objectives is improvement of cooperative governance. What we are doing in that, in fact, even towards the finalization of updating the strategy, let me mention this. The National Water Act mandates that we do public participation. We do that, we keep a record, and before the strategy gets approved, we must show us that we actually done that. Now, in the implementation of the strategy, we also have to engage and engage and engage and engage. So what we have done is that we've started with training at municipal level and water management areas. Part of the training includes how they identify vulnerable areas, how they assess, how they evaluate, and how they prioritize that, including how they to respond to that. We also are looking at being able to influence municipalities to have climate change adaptation and resilience factored into the IDPs. One of the things that they need to do is to make sure that construction or building around or within the 100 years flat line is prevented from continuing. It has happened, but we want it to continue. You realize or you remember the Jaskei River around, what is this area again? Alex, yes. You will know that almost every year there are fatalities there. It is because they are within the 100-year flat line. So those are some of the things that need to be fixed and prevented going forward. That's what we do that's what we want to do with municipalities. With other government departments, when we did our National Water Resource Strategy 3, version number 3, they also were invited, consulted. They were also consulted when we did the implementation plan of that National Water Resource Strategy. Let me also mention that in recognition of the importance of climate change, adaptation, and resilience, that National Water Resource Strategy has got a dedicated chapter on climate change, which then calls for us to do something about it. I'm not sure whether I still have time to continue to try and, you're okay? Okay, fine. It's nice to be given an open checkbook. When it comes to monitoring and evaluation, which the CE mentioned, we are doing it, but perhaps not to that extent. However, and I was talking to Jessica and Belinda yesterday also, that even if we in the water sector don't want to do that, the AG and Treasury were recently on our case. The Auditor General audited the implementation of the previous strategy. Just when we thought that we are having sort of a break, then Treasury said, we want to see how your budget factors in climate change. Show us the footprint of climate change in your budget. So it means then that we have no escape route because we have now to account to those bodies which are independent from us as the department or as a sector. I also think that for climate change, the moment is opportune because of the frequency of the disasters that are being experienced now. And I'm inclined to believe that perhaps it is because of that National Treasury said, before they knock at our door, ask for extra money for climate change, adaptation, and resilience, let us rather get them to do something about the current budget that they have. I also want to believe that the water sector is also at an opportune time or moment, because the president has declared water as priority number one. And if he has declared water as priority number one for this administration, having acknowledged the various challenges, in fact, calling it a crisis in the water sector, it means, therefore, that in responding to that challenge, I mean, that the declaration of the president and doing something and responding to that, we can't do that without adaptation and resilience to climate change. We cannot. It will be a big mistake. So I think we, as a water sector, we are in the right path, the right direction. We are not saying we are there as yet. And the reason I premised this response in the background, that on the background that I gave you, is so that you see that we are zealous, but not overzealous, because we are seeing these challenges that we have to overcome as a water sector in order for us to move forward and to win and achieve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know there's a particular order on the schedule, but I think we can run from one side to the other. You're right over there, Brilliant. Okay, Brilliant Pecha, as I said before, holds the climate portfolio inside the WRC. And in fact, in that context, also to look across sectors as well. So Brilliant. Hopefully, unlike me, Deborah, you are actually going to stick to the 5 minutes. Thank you. All yours.
Thank you very much, President. The quest is clear. It's for transformative climate resilient pathways, and we are talking about self-sustaining approaches, which should bring forth multiple spin-off effects. One, that should mitigate the climate impacts, the worse results that comes with this climate changing, but at the same time, secondly, protecting the ecosystem and encouraging and building resilient land uses, which therefore in turn come up with economic spin-offs. Those land uses that support regional and local economic development, but in a more resilient way. We are talking, amongst others, sustainable energy production with water use efficiency as a base. In principle, what I'm talking about, you'll hear that I'm talking about the water, energy, food ecosystem nexus as a way of dealing with the impacts of climate change in a sustainable way. And the outcome is a sustainable society, which is resilient. And there's enough base and foundation, as the DDG has already indicated, to support that. Their updated climate change strategy for all the catchments in South Africa, it diagnoses threats and risks brought by climate change, and it also gives you solutions on how to tackle that. But then the agency, if you to accelerate the agency out of all the diagnosis, if you quantify the costs of what is it to deal with that in each catchment to build the resilience, then you will realize that we need to act yesterday, because 2035 we won't afford to bring such interventions. So that's in brief.
That was brilliant. Thank you. And then now we're moving to PCC, and the hat you wear is a very interesting one, because you not only have purview over the built environment as a sector, you also have a membership that you have to balance ambition against practicality with, and we need to learn that around how we develop the strategy. Sir, over to you.
No, thank you very much. Sanbonani.
Um, I think program director for me, the starting point from a built environment perspective is to accept that climate change is a reality. Because in our interaction as a sector, we have not really accepted that climate change is a reality that requires us to respond to. So, because built environment is in two parts. So there's a built environment profession, which is made up of professionals, and the built environment on what they do, houses, infrastructure, roads, and. So from a built environment profession's point of view, it is a requirement that we must do right for society. So it's in our code of conduct. So you can go to EXA Act, Town Planning Act. There is a clause that mandate us to professionally do right for the environment in line with the Constitution of the Republic. The second part in executing that code of conduct relates to what we do in our daily operation. So one of the challenges that we're grappling with as an industry, obviously we can talk about infrastructure resilience, we can talk about material that we use, and it's our ability to be agile. Because when the question is raised, we have this in record conversations amongst ourselves, the issue of procurement on how you procure infrastructure. It's something that keeps coming to say, why should I explore different ways of building roads when I can just build using the codes that we have? Who's going to pay for it? So how we procure infrastructure, it's something that is a hindrance. The second issue relates to when there is a disaster. So one of the examples we used in Durban, M4 was flooded between Umhlanga and Ezibale. When that road was built, it was built where it was, same material, same structure. So basically, we have not learned. And when I asked my colleagues, the team that worked on the project, they said, look, we're given a project, there was a deadline, and the road had to be built. So basically, it's, I don't know what we're trying to do. So that's why I'm saying, for me, one of the issues is to say we must accept that if there are disasters, how do we respond? It's about restoring, yes, bringing normalcy, yes, but we must actually take lessons from what we would have experienced. And I think for me, that's really one, professionally, we need to push against that. The last point for me, when you talk about sustainability, broadly speaking, from urban planning, I'm yet to meet a developer or a town planner or a project manager who will say, I'm not going to take a project in Amanskraal because it's far away from economic opportunities. It does not assist us in dealing with sprawl. It does not assist us in dealing with issues of integration. It creates perpetuity where people must travel long hours and. Therefore, professionally, I am not going to participate in that project. It's not going to happen. It's a tender, I've been appointed, I'll build those houses. The bulk infrastructure will follow later. And I think that's where I'm drilling on this professional conduct that we must address moving forward. Let me stop here for now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You can go right ahead. So we have Councillor Pukutsi, who, as always, will have to wear three hats in this discussion. She's PCC Commissioner. She has a SELGA at, and she's a mayor of a municipality. Ma'am, how does it work at that level?
No, thank you. Greetings to everyone. A very good morning. It's not easy. We really have to accept, because local government is where everything happens. And we really have to also accept that we are faced with challenges as local government. Local government in South Africa and many other areas faces very key constraints when it comes to adaptation, readiness for climate change. And we've got some few pointers that we want to bring to the forth. The financial constraint where there is a limited financial resources are a significant barrier. Many local governments struggle to allocate sufficient funds for comprehensive adaptation strategies. And all of us, we know that most of our municipalities in South Africa are under distress. The urbanization and anything else that happens to the municipalities also creates a more stress. The presentation noted that local government alone can't do anything. We have methods and that are put in place in terms of the chapter 3 of the constitution, your IGR, that needs to be effective, of which is not effective. All of us, we need to accept. We have introduced the DDM that we thought that it would make things better. And still, there are still gaps in terms of implementing the DDM. The other issue that I would want to point out as a key barrier in terms of us being able to adaptation strategy is an inadequate institutional capacity to effectively plan and implement adaptation measures as local government. This includes a lack of skilled personnel and technical expertise. It's a challenge. In metros, it becomes better and secondary cities. But when you go to these small municipalities, it's a great challenge. Because in terms of being paid in a city and being paid in a small municipalities, it creates a great challenge. And there is no incentive that speaks to that. Nobody would want to go to a small municipality whereby he or she would be paid lower than his own counterparts. So that is a critical challenge that we are facing as municipalities. But equally, the issues of skills, as and when we have to employ people because of the external interferences in municipalities, that's create a critical challenge for all of us. If and only if we can deal with the issue of external interferences, because many times when we speak about political interferences that are happening in municipalities, but we overlook the external interferences that comes into municipalities. Let me give a classical example on what I'm saying. If we've got a coalition government, each and every party that is there is expected to say, in terms of these directors and your CM or municipal manager, will bring our own person. And those arrangements are concluded outside the government itself. Those arrangements are done outside. So those are the things that really makes it very difficult for local government to be effectively functioning. What is critical is that we need to professionalize local government. We really have to start afresh and look as to whether, because the other thing that made local government to be where it is today is the introduction of the white paper on local government, on the assumption that said that local government will be in a position to collect revenue. And that was an assumption that was flawed. Why am I saying that? Because the economy is not growing. Majority of people that reside in local government are unemployed. And we are expecting local government to collect revenue from the same citizens that are not employed, the same citizens that are not able to pay for their services. But the other issue that put us where we are today, after 1994, before 1994, we went to our communities, we told them not to pay for services. And that thing is still lingering, it's still haunting us today, because we never went back to them and say to them, this is the time for you to pay services. Because even everybody that is able to pay for services, they are not paying for their services. Now, for us to be able to actually look into aging infrastructure, being able to plan correct infrastructure, we need to have our own communities that will be able to pay for services. The issue of the equitable share that is being used to subsidize municipalities, it is not equitable and it's not sufficient, because it is not only for infrastructure, but we really have to make sure that all of us seated here, we are from different wards of municipalities, we are members of municipalities, because local government is everybody's business. But the other issue that actually is bewitching local government is issue of corruption. We can't run away from that fact to say local government is a sphere of government where corruption is filthy eye in. And that if we are not going to correct it today, we are not going to be able to execute our mandate in terms of the section 152 of the Constitution to say we need to render services in an effective and efficient manner. So those are the things that are bedeviled in local government. But moving forward, we need an IGR that will be able to help us to really deal with all these issues and be able to say that where we went wrong, we need to look afresh and make a amendment means. We need to have a governance challenges that includes issues such as bureaucratic tendencies. I already spoke to corruption and lack of transparency that can hinder effective and adoption of efforts. The service delivery capacity, which comprises the ability of municipality to deliver essential services such as water, sanitation, and waste management, is often compromised, which affects the resilience of communities' climate impacts. The other issue that is a challenge with municipalities is that we are expected to have a public participation. But the resistance from our own communities was communities, when you invite them for a particular meeting, they want to address the bread and butter issues. And you are coming with issues of adaptation or climate change, because still today, communities still believe that climate change is a myth. It is upon us as people that at local level, working with all other sector departments to make sure that our communities, working with NGOs, your academia, your all other institutions, to make sure that NGO not being left aside and civil servants, to make sure that our own communities understand, because all these other aspects, they come from local government. So it is only when we work together that we'll be able to make a better local government where all of us can be able to thrive and our communities will be climate resilient. I'll pause there.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That was really candid. And I think it gets to the blood and guts of the issue. Thank you. Professor de Klerk, you've been thinking about this an awfully long time. How do we get agriculture into a climate resilient world?
Let me say, first of all, I'm not Professor de Klerk. I don't want to do what some other people have done and then find it catches up with them later. claim a title I don't have. I think you'll know who I'm talking about rather. I'm just going to be hopefully fairly practical about it, picking up on the very good summary that I think was given of where agriculture is at and what the challenges are. I'm afraid I don't disagree with any of it, so I'm not going to spice things up that way. I'm going to try and take them forward in some practical ways and say what's necessary in the longer run, which we're not likely to get, and what can we do and what is happening in the short run. So I'll try and be fairly brief about that. Climate adaptation is about two things at the end of the day. It's about information for people, and it's about resources, access to resources. Sorry, I'm obviously focusing on, let's say, the most vulnerable in society, as was pointed out earlier. The well-heeled in society have got a very important role to play in this, but what I'm focusing on is really what can be done to help those folks. And it does speak to many of the themes that I think have been identified as being critical for climate adaptation. Okay, so it's information we're looking at, it's access to resources we're looking at as well. What can we do about that? Well, in the ordinary course of events, information for the most vulnerable in our society would normally come through agricultural extension services, as has been pointed out. They are really very short-staffed and very under-resourced in a whole range of ways to deal with that. If you just look at the sheer number of staff relative to the number of farmers, it's impossible. If the extension services, let's just identify that as a key long-term need to address. We need to urgently build up, capacitate and extend the agricultural extension services in the country. We need money for that. And as it was pointed out earlier, also, we don't have that money at the moment. So one of the key things, one of the themes that overlies all of this, and it does I think for all of the other sectors as well, is we need more rapid economic growth. We've simply got to do what's necessary to accelerate economic growth, because that's what generates the fiscal resources that enables all sorts of things to happen. Extension service is not going to be improved until we get that money. So what can be done in the meantime? Well, there is plenty that can be done in the short term, and is indeed being done. You pull in the well-resourced and the well-informed. Who are they? The private sector. So, I mean, I'm not whitewashing the private sector for a moment to say that they know everything about climate change, but they are generally probably better informed. They have to be if their businesses are going to survive, and they're certainly better resourced. So pull them in. And that's is indeed what's happening in many communities. If you go and have a look at low-income communities around the country, you'll see in the sugar industry, the wool industry, the citrus industry, the tomato industry, the private sector's come in, and it's providing the resources and the information that's necessary to start addressing climate change challenges. So it's absolutely key to do that. Now, one of the things that enables the private sector to come in is really where there are business opportunities. Really, the key thing for agricultural development to happen in South Africa is emphasized there, and we're hobbling ourselves hopelessly until we address it, is tenure reform. The people at the bottom of the heap who make up the vast majority of farmers in South Africa are all hobbled by having very insecure tenure. So you ask, why do you actually invest in anything if you don't know whether you're going to be on your land the next year? So it takes enormous courage to do that. So they've got to have security of tenure, both to make the investments themselves that they need to improve their agriculture, and in order to access the resources that they need to. No financial institution is going to lend to anybody who doesn't have security of tenure. So as soon as that security of tenure starts to emerge through allowing tenure reform to happen, then all sorts of things happen. And if we look at East Africa, there are all sorts of examples in East Africa where medium-term farming is emerging, drawing with it all the support services for farming, the finances, the technical assistance, the inputs and so on, the offtake agreements that are required for farmers to farm whatever it happens to be. All of those things suddenly start happening where tenure security has been increased by allowing statutory tenure to emerge from traditional tenure. The negative side of that is that it does lead over time to community displacement. So some folk have to move on and move into cities in order to seek employment in years to come. And that's tough in an environment like South Africa's, where we've got very slow economic growth. And we come back again to the need for more rapid economic growth. If you want to make that step possible, you've got to make it attractive for people to go to cities instead of making it unattractive because economic growth is so slow. But at any rate, there are lots of examples in East Africa, particularly about how tenure has evolved, and that's stimulated agricultural development. But even in the context of tenure not being allowed to evolve, so because I'm reckoning tenure change is a long-term process, we can't expect it right away. What can be done in the short term? Well, there are various things. One of the most important of them is ethical leadership. If you have ethical leadership, then agricultural development happens. And there are places you can go and look in parts of KwaZulu-Natal. Some of it's been assisted by the provincial department there. Some of it's been assisted by Lima Rural Development Foundation, for example. Others are happening up in Limpopo. I was up in Limpopo just a couple of weeks ago in a restitution area, which is that because normally they battle with agricultural development more than anybody, which is being used exceptionally well for the profit both of the farmers, who all happen to be black, and for the profit of the broader community. Why? Because there's ethical leadership and good governance there. So ethical leadership, good governance makes all sorts of things possible, makes rental agreements possible that have some credibility in the community, even if they don't have credibility in the law. So that encourages people to farm. So ethical leadership, good governance is absolutely critical for moving ahead in the current situation. Right. Let me just deal with one aspect. Sorry. So the two short-term things there. It's form partnerships with the private sector. Secondly, help build ethical leadership in communities. And the last thing that I want to refer to, which is the humblest, but it's actually in many ways the most important, because it really gets right down to the grassroots. It's community mobilization through voluntary savings and credit schemes. which are run in many places around South Africa. Stokvels are some of them, but there are other movements like Save Act, which actually help build voluntary credit and savings associations, which are perfectly adapted to agricultural development. And I have to say, they're 90% run by women, and membership is 90% women. So women are driving this, and good for them because they are very effective at it. Those voluntary credit and savings associations not only mobilize and savings for investment in seeds and fertilizer at the right time of year and so on, but they also mobilize knowledge. They're an absolutely wonderful way for distributing and building knowledge at grassroots level about what's necessary to respond to climate change. So that's another short-term measure, something that's happening like the other ones that I was talking about at community level. Okay, I'm going to stop there.
Thank you, Mark. Thanks a lot. Pam, you're going to have to allow us just a few moments to get some inputs from the floor before we wrap up. Thank you. Colleagues, I know you're going to go into a workshop session just now to have a deep dive into these individual issues, but there's been a lot of content that has come out this morning. So we will take a couple of questions and comments from the floor before we give the panel a chance to both respond and wrap up. So if there are any takers, please stand up. Yes, ma'am. Is there another mic that's going to go around? Oh, you've got that. Perfect. Thank you. And please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. My name is Rupunoti Chikalange. I'm representing Oriza Consulting Enterprise.
So I'm a little deaf, so use me as the excuse. You're going to get closer to that mic.
Okay. Rupunoti Chikalange. I'm representing Oriza Consulting Enterprise. We are a cyber law consultancy focusing on cybersecurity, and what brings us here is issues around localization, ESG, and green is part of our consulting when we do digital transformation. I just want to understand, and I have to thank the commissioner because she actually said everything I wanted to say or ask. So, yeah, I want to ask if we have plans to improve our field maintenance for critical infrastructure, which has led us to deterioration. I'm sure that most of us, when we're coming here, it didn't matter whether you were on N1 or on the local road. There are potholes everywhere, just a sign of how bad our infrastructure, particularly critical infrastructure, have not been maintained. So from what has been said, I believe we do need to have a plan of what to do with what's not working at the moment before we bring in new things. And there was a point on the need for an integrated approach, which I agree with. And the commissioner raised it as well, but I just am wondering, because integrated approach is in the constitution, as she said, it's in the IGR Act, as it said, but it's not effective. So what do we propose we do moving forward? Because it's an issue not of the legislation, it's an issue of not implementing it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. This is Reverend Hololo, the member of faith-based organization in Gauteng province. I'm just excited to hear what has been presented, especially from the commissioner, and the issue of municipality and then of the IDP also. So I'm just trying to understand. I think one of the speakers spoke about capacity building. So I'm not sure whether are you capacity building the people that are working in the municipality, or are you also including the civil society? Because the civil society, we are more closer to the people and we do understand more on what is happening. Because my only worry, sometimes when let's say municipality wants to work with civil society, you expect us to go around to do the work without providing resources. As much as you're talking about the cost containment, and sometimes it's also hurting when you hear that money has been returned to Treasury, while in the process there is cost containment. So I'm just asking the commissioner that when you do those capacity building and also expecting civil society, because sometimes people think, let's say because I'm a reverend, my church is going to fund me from doing community work. So the reason why the civil society fails is because, like myself, I'm SASA, and I love doing community work. And when you go to the very government, they run around with government cars, but they will never even give you a lift when you do this job. So I'm just pleading with the commissioner to really deal with those kind of things so that
Thank you.
the information go faster. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We've got that table, then the one immediately to your right, and then the one behind. Please go ahead. Yep. You didn't indicate? Yes, please.
My name is Johnny. I'm from the Pan-African Chamber of Commerce. I also work in the film and television space. The councillors say that a very big number of people up to this very day still believe that climate change is a myth. But yet we know that the film and television industry can play a very, very important role. So I think around 2020, there was a film on Netflix called Don't Look Up. But for a very number of years as well, we saw The Inconvenient Truth by Al Gore. That film was actually used to mobilize. And a lot of things some of us got to know came from primarily The Inconvenient Truth as a film. My question is, what role, if any, do you think the film and television sector can play to tell people that this is actually happening? Because whether you deny it or you accept it, you are still going to be affected anyway. So what mechanisms have you put in place as maybe municipalities or experts sitting over there? We are sitting at the IDC. The IDC happens to fund movies. Maybe I should ask the IDC, where is our Don't Look Up movie funded, made in South Africa, not Hollywood movie made about South Africa? So that question kind of concerns everybody over there. But primarily, I'm asking our host, where is our inconvenient truth? Thank you.
Thank you. Good question. We're going to the table at the back.
Okay. So should I hold it like this? Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Ntomizotwa Ranyadi. I'm representing a grassroots level, grassroots for climate action. I'm based in Soweto. I have listened to all the speakers. I just want to say thumbs up to the lady who spoke about the municipalities. It's the first time in my life since 1994 hear somebody to talk the honest truth. That prior 1994, they came to us. After 1994, nobody came in. Believe me or not, I'm based in Soweto. We do want to pay the services, but to who?
what are they doing for us, firstly? Because you'll hear people saying that people of Soweto, they don't want to pay. Prior 1994, we're paying flat rate and nobody was owing anything. People came into power, they've said we mustn't pay, but they never came back to us. We do want to do the payment. And secondly, I think things now should work in this way, bottom up, instead of up bottom, because from up bottom, they are failing us. I think the communities that we stay in, they do understand the issues of climate change. But the issue comes from our councillors when you want to do the presentation. The issue with me is that my voice is loud and, you know, you see how big I am. And when I talk, I'm not fighting, I'm just talking. But you want to raise the issues, they will think that you are fighting or maybe you are there to take their seats to become a council. I don't want to become a council because it comes with a lot of burden. And another thing is that in terms of water and electricity, they want us, the communities to save. What about the municipality offices? The water will be running down the road the whole week or even 2 weeks, but they tell us we must save water. Who's fooling who when it comes to all of the saying? And in terms of agriculture, also, yes, I hear that you talk about people owning land, owning whatever. What about us, we community who are using the school's land, the church lands, you know, whatever, and we try to work hard because one, we're not working. We don't earn any income. But the problem comes with this corruption, which is done by our government or our local municipality. You'll have your agriculture spaces in the schools, then they'll bring, they say the job creation, EPWP, they come on board, earning the amount of 3.5. I'm doing the garden in the land of the school, I don't earn anything. They bring these people, but I've cleaned the area, it's clean now. And then you are chased away, these people come and work for 2 years. After 2 years, because there's no money that is coming in, they are nowhere to be found. And then you must go back again and clean. Who's fooling who? I'm asking again. So if they are saying job creation, why don't they take us on board? You know, because it's not a transmatch for me, maybe to earn that 2.5 because I'm not earning anything. And we as a community, we are there to teach our kids so that they should understand that the spinach doesn't come from ShopRite or Pick and Pay. They must know that you need to use your hands to come up with, you know, vegetables or the fruits. And also in terms of revenue collection, we, as I've said, we want to pay. But what are we paying for? Prior 1994, we were paying flat rate and we got services from the national government. But after 1994, they want us to pay, we must pay the rent or the services, but we don't get any services. So I think, you know, the officers of municipality, whatever, they need to do the right thing. Let us be honest. You cannot have a tender project maybe to do, to build a house. And then you give a tender to somebody who has never even, you know, how to do a foundation. And then you give them, why don't we give all those projects to relevant people who will do the right thing at the right time? We're almost 30 years, you know, in democracy. But to be honest, me, I haven't gained anything. Instead of that, you know, we suffer the consequences, you know, everything, because the people, they put themselves before people. So they don't come up with profit before people. Let us start by doing everything in a right manner, everything thinking about the people who are not working at the grassroots level, who are trying to, you know, to live, you know, because if there's work, what kind of work are our children? I'm not talking for me because I'm almost going to SASA. They say 18 to 35, but what kind of job are they getting? Is it a 2-year contract? Is it a job for 2.5? You know, so when we say, when we talk, especially for the grassroots people level, can we be conscious and then think for everyone? Because we are in this advocacy of climate change, we are not playing because we know and we see that climate change is reality. I'm not a scientist, but I'm a scientist in the way where I am working to, because I know that a year is having 4 seasons, but we end up with 2 seasons in a year. So I understand the issues in the grassroots level. So that's why I say that if the people want things to work, it must go bottom up, not up bottom, because they are failing us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, colleagues, I think we're going to wrap up now. Otherwise, I'm going to be in trouble with Pam. Can we start at your end, Mike? Combination of responding to some of the issues raised from the floor, as well as your closing remark.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I think most of the questions or comments were aimed at the lady next door. And it was, as she said, extraordinarily refreshing to hear some of the things that were said, even if they weren't very nice to hear. I can't address those. What I can do is respond just very inadequately to the point about, let's say, community gardens. It just so happened a year or two back that I happened to do an evaluation of what Johannesburg City was undertaking in order to help community gardens respond to climate change. And they had some good ideas and some good people. And it looked as if it was quite good. What happened in the end, I simply don't know. One does the evaluation, and you have to leave it there. But all I can say is that I agree wholeheartedly with your comments, and it comes back to what I said about ethical leadership. Really, at the end of the day, the ethic of being a civil servant when you're in a public position has been lost. People use it, as you say, for their own personal gain. So the whole idea of being there is that you're a paid civil servant. You serve society. Until we somehow regain that within our communities, and it applies, as you say, across the community as well, because of not paying and so on. But until we collectively absorb that and let's say adopt a more ethical and community-minded approach to life, I agree with you. We're going to continue to struggle.
No, thanks. There are quite a couple of questions that would want to have a whole day to clarify some of the myth that is there. That's where I'm going to start. Let me speak to the issue of the integrated development planning, which is called the IDP in abbreviation. The IDP requires that all of us as spheres of government to come together as and when we plan for the development of our municipalities. And the challenge that we are facing as municipalities that many times, often or not, when we are in that process, as this is the month whereby we are reviewing our own IDPs, all these sector departments from national up until provincial level, they send people in our municipalities that would not be in a position of authority to be able to advocate for what their sector departments are going to bring to our municipalities. So the issue of collaboration and communication is very critical and important. And including our own stakeholders, being your community members that are supposed to be there. Many times they don't come. When they come, they, as I've said, that they focus on bread and butter issues. And maybe I need to give the background how the IDP is being funded through your MIG and any other funding models that are there. You develop a 5-year program of the integrated development planning, then you review it annually. The communities will have competing issues that they want to be in the IDP. I've said majority of our municipalities are in financial distress, and we accept that. But if you put all these other things there, and municipalities not in a position to collect revenue, because I will speak to the issue of revenue and what is there for the revenue. Then you already have a commitment from the MIG funding being your copter to say in this FTF for 3 years, this is what we are going to be funding. You've already started the program. You can't change it in between because you are going to lose the funding. That's a fundamental point. Now we need to understand that. But what is failing amongst ourselves again, we've got Your ward committees, you've got your CDWs. And ward committees are not supposed to be party aligned, supposed to be members of communities, various members of communities with different skills and aspects that are supposed to form part. And what is the role of that? I think I've got a responsibility to do that. Please bear with me, because I did not finish my 5 minutes. I thought that I'll come back and speak to other issues. So they are the link between government, local government and communities. Equally, you've got the community development workers that are based in each and every ward. So I am bringing these aspects of governance that we have that is supposed to be there. Then we've got a ward councillor. In terms of the law, and I'm going to speak on my organization that I come from, the NGO that I come from. In terms of the law says ward councillors are expected to hold those meetings quarterly. The NGO that comes from, it says on a monthly basis, there must be that particular engagement with your communities. So the office of the speaker is charged with the responsibility of, maybe it's a good platform that I share these things and I'll go back to what I'm here for. Is charged with the responsibility to make sure that your ward committees and your ward councillors do have those engagement with your communities. That is the responsibility of the office of the speaker. I take note of the issues that are raised here, and they came to me so that I can even be able to escalate them when you get to the mayor's councils and speaker's councils. So we've got a gap that all of us here, we have to make sure that that gap is being closed. I've raised the challenges in terms of province and national. But those gaps is all responsibility of all of us, because local government is everybody's business. In terms of what is being paid for, let me speak to the issue of the flat rate and the tariffs that have been there. The flat rate was there in the past, and I've said I was not in government in 1994, I was still in school. But I'm taking responsibility as a leader for all other leaders that are not, because that's what we took to say, including your Sanko and everybody else, to say, for us to be able to topple this particular government, we don't have to pay for services. But there are people that are getting those services, those ones that are unable to pay because they don't have the means to pay, they are being subsidized by the equitable share. And maybe what we need to have, it's a session whereby we'll have with our municipalities and communities to come and explain all those things. Now, there are people like Dr. Msizi here. He's working, he's residing in KZN, and everybody else. He's expected, and yourself, you're expected to pay for your services. Now, all of us, we are hiding under the myth of being indigent. And if you go to that list of the indigent people, majority of people are there. There are people that are able to pay. So we need to clean that particular thing so that we can be able to then focus on revenue enhancement and revenue collection. Because if we are able as municipality to enhance our revenue collection and collect revenue, we'll be able to deal with many issues, because we are faced with aging infrastructure. The infrastructure that we have as municipalities, we have never developed a new an infrastructure because our townships and municipalities are growing daily. So the urbanization and the migration from small municipalities to there, it also pushed and strengthened the pressure on municipalities. So those are the things that are there. But let me speak to other issues of what we need to do moving forward. We need to work together. But what is critical and important is that municipalities need to start to plan differently. Some of us, we agree that climate change is there. We can be here and say it's something that has been there, but there are still people that believes that it's a myth. And the challenge to that is the kind of languages that we are using, because if we speak in an indigenous language to any other person and make them to understand, because our elders in the past, they used to mitigate, they used to adapt, because it is not a new thing today. It has been there. So what is critical and important is that we need to build institutional capacity for our own officials. That's where we need to start. Before the capacity building that we are speaking about, for us to be able to adapt and mitigate, we need capacity in our own institutions. We need skills, we need technical know-how. When we were invited at the Build Environment Conference last year, you were there yourself, Kwali, we raised an issue to say we need to have a relationship with all other sectors, including your academia and everybody else. Because us alone as municipalities, we can't do alone. There are associations that are there that all of our employees supposed to be affiliated to. But what is critical is that are those associations still relevant? Are they still doing what they're supposed to be doing in terms of being a watchdogs and everything? But what is critical and important, we are not saying communities must not be capacitated, but first and foremost, so for us to be able to build resilient municipalities and be able to extend the resilience of the municipalities to the communities, we need to capacitate our own employees and invest, working with everybody and invest in the infrastructure that is it's a sickness for the municipalities. We've got an aging infrastructure. We've got theft again.
Ma'am, I'm gonna have to hold you because there is a specific roundtable that's planned to start just now. It's going to go into a very deep dive into the governance issues. I think your points are very clear. I think you're going to have a very vibrant discussion inside that, and the complexity cannot be underestimated. And I think what is key around this thing is that if we don't get a workable governance model, all of the other strategies are just going to be stuck. It is the key enabler. But thank you so much for those inputs. I'm really sorry to hold you back.
No, thank you very much. I'm going to try and save you time. Quick one. I think the issue of language matters, and we take it for granted. Secondly, the issue of accepting that climate change is a reality. It's not a myth. When we convened professionals to discuss climate change issues, the question was, why is CBE convening us to discuss climate change? There are other important things that are impacting us as professionals in the built environment, i.e. non-payment of our invoices, absence of work from the state, young professionals are unemployed. Why is climate change discussion is a priority for CBE? So I think, Chair, we must not underestimate that. The third issue, we went to Emadeni last year to discuss climate change issues. When we started with the professors making presentations, we had round tables. The hall was full with 600 people. And during break, community members raised issues that they actually not following the conversation, because we took for granted that everyone understood English language and the jargon that we use in this climate change conversation. I was reminded of the experience I had when I was still in Joburg running the IDP process. Mayor Masondo then challenged me to present the IDP in isiZulu in Ivory Park. I struggled. Not because I didn't know what to say, because what it's written and how it's communicated, I can only present it in a particular language. So as we have this conversation, language matters. And I think for me, that might be a point that I want us to consider moving forward on how we communicate and speak to each other in a way that is accessible. And lastly, the issue of ethics. And I think I'm building on the point that my former panelist was raising around ethical public servants. We are also calling for ethical professionals who understand why they chose a particular career and what it means to be a professional in the built environment to assist society to mitigate against climate change. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Climate change, as terrible as it is important to use it to build opportunities to be more resilient. For example, critical water infrastructure. The aging of infrastructure has been raised. But now, as we attend to that, we need to consider what type of climate is projected to be in 2045, 2060, 2080, 2090, going on. If we replace that old infrastructure with the same infrastructure, it's not going to last up until 2050. So we need to bring in resilient climate infrastructure, while at the same time, the water leaks, making sure that that infrastructure come with the automatic water leak detection, for example. Then we capitalize on non-revenue water as well to maximize the economic outspin that will come out of there. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Deborah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, facilitator. We have adopted the principles, the OECD principles of governance, which include transparency, integrity, efficiency, sustainability, adaptiveness, coherence, and so forth. So we are endeavoring to use them. We have started, but we have to improve in using those in how we engage with communities. We have noted the comments that came from the floor. Unfortunately, we will not be able to respond to each and every one of those specifically. But I think we can say that we are aware that the challenges are many. They may be overwhelming, but they are not insurmountable. And cooperative governance does give us hope that we will be able to get there. So one of the things that I've noted and really sort of made a mark in my mind and my heart is that when we call for stakeholder engagement, I don't think that we give particular attention to the disabled. And so my team, part of my team is here, so we will take it up to say, when we say stakeholder engagement and what, we now have to think about how to get disabled with. We have a program on citizen science. My team is saying that there are disabled individuals in participating in that. I think that we also have to take that into account and see how we can improve. I believe in continuous improvement. I believe in reflecting on what we are doing and where we can improve. So I think we'll have to look at that. We don't mind taking or giving you our contact details. So where you would like to communicate with us, you are free to do so. We are not promising you heaven and earth. I normally can remind people that I'm not a politician. I am just a government official and endeavoring to do my best to serve the country. So I'll be able to help where I can assist. Where there are hurdles, I will escalate to the top. And if they can help, they will be able to help you. So let's believe that we have taken some of the things that you have said, and we want to do something about what you said. This is not the end, I believe. So we will still be meeting. Let's have hope that together we'll make it.
Thank you. That's brilliant. That's a fantastic note to close on. That's we are in a very formative conversation. I've got a couple of notes for a summary, but I'll give that to Mela Kalakala for her closing at the end, for her consideration. But I think I do want to emphasize this point, because the thing that you're hearing from the panel is that this is a conversation that has a long way to go. And this is our reality, not just about the formulation of the plan that we're going to put together, but in the way we engage it, because of the rapid changes, not only in climate, but the other environmental factors around us, means that we all have to be agile and willing partners to continuously engage. And the reality is that we are co-scripting this as the PCC, but also every one of those individual government departments that is now engaging in a climate response strategy is doing exactly the same thing. So we're in this for a long-term project. And the candid discussions that you put out from the floor today is exactly what's needed. And I hope you're going to take all of that energy into the roundtables and have an energetic discussion around that. But please help me to thank our panel who've done a really brilliant job. Thank you. And Pam, we haven't gone too far over your time.
Thank you very much for allocating yourselves additional time. But I think it shows that this is a democratic process. Thank you very much. And I think as Desikan had indicated, the summary of the discussion will then be picked up at the end today's session. We're now going to group work or commissions. On your way to your commission, you can grab a cup of tea if you haven't done that, if you haven't done so already. But there are three of them. Self-selection. The one is cooperative governance, which would be facilitated by Mr. Dumisani Mumalo. And Dumi, where are you going to be? We are still in the same room. Which table are you going to be at? Okay. So if you want to go to the cooperative governance group, you're there at that back table, and then I'm sure we can add another one should the numbers so dictate. And then there's issues of delivery capacity. Ms. Dawn McCarthy. Dawn, there's Dawn. Dawn, where you want to go? That table there. The last table on my right. Your left. Yes. And then the last group is on the resourcing mechanisms by Mike Morris. Where do you want to go? Here. Right. That's fine. And the commission, as I said, self selection. Commission 1, right at the back. Commission 2, right there. Commission 3, right here. If you don't know where and what commission, you just follow the person sitting next to you. Maybe they will take you to the right commission. If everything else fails, and so the people that are online, if they could, the commissions will have, those 3 commissions will have access to results. So if you do want to make a contribution, please use the chat function. DTG Haibu. In our other life, this would mean something else. But the time has moved on, and I accept, you know. So if you could put stuff on the chat, if you want to make a contribution, please indicate whether your comment is on cooperative governance or delivery capacity or adaptation readiness resourcing mechanism. When you make it, so you either say 1 for the first commission, which is cooperative governance, 2 for delivery capacity, and the last one is resource mechanism. That's for the people online that wants to contribute. It is now with a bit of allowance. I would put it at 11:45. Okay? I'm adding 3 minutes. You know how generous I can be. And then commissions, if you could be ready to start and start at latest 10 and be back in the room, having ready to present at 12:40. 12:40. Then we'll take presentations from the commission and also synthesis and closing remarks. Right? over to the commissions. We start in the commissions at 11:50 and grab a cup of tea, stretch your legs, quick smoke, whatever it is that you need to do before you get ready for the commission. Please do that. Thank you very much.
This report. So exciting. The actual printout. I didn't know we had it. It's my report. That's yours. Well, I was working, and I didn't realize we even had a copy. Very exciting. Yes. The possible development. Yeah. All the things. The chapter. And you? No, I'm a little people, so I'm floating around. Study your name? Nombreleno. Nombreleno. Everything you do to me. I didn't understand.
can live by that policy that people understand what does it say? Because at some point people, once you lose your crops, you don't know that you need to go trade with this. How do you stop? Thank you.
Thank you. So that was a good answer. The first, the second, which is summarized what you said, also story there's perspective and non-government perspective. What you're saying is that there must be opportunities for interests. So we need to keep them making the you rely on education. The next thing was knowledge education, trying to share knowledge through welcome. What you do in the statements, but there were three questions. Question one is what are the priorities for strengthening the middle class? How is philosophy and expression of this?
I know it's wrong. What are you doing your life? Thanks to so it has it's a national law. We prove around that the nations are not choosing to run. Well, yes, they know it. Certain. No, thank you very much for that. So, Mr. So remember, just managing is the cooperative government. So the devolution of office, competition to a structuring of government, and the level of the audit. I think those are the issues that you want to see. Thinking tasks. It's been communities. Issuing power so everyone is system in everyone system. So it's completely nice from us. So we have an issue when we provide projection. Lost that person. I just think it's what we provide. The laws are often things that very one. So in fact, at one point was well, not even like just to count that they had often used this one and have only 40 about the rate of flats on it. Something the second one was about would it be not useful to have a fund on the lifestyle here in place around climate change, extreme events, even system. Thank you very much. That's okay, so that's good. So that brings up a very warning. Because if you've got any warning system, then you know that something is more likely to happen. And then you have to have investments. So that I don't know what happened. Yeah, that's about you come off with it, but they couldn't do anything that there is. It was more the fact that it would be on skill to create these things. And you have this slide for that.
21 planning. Software, so there's a lot of them. I'm just going to get the grip with my training and upgrading this different question. And let's look at the what is going to be the second project. The other point, that's on the bottom of the bottom. Yeah, so it's also he can just do that.
Japan and the hotel looks availability. You have to policy long time. One person. Especially in areas like private bridges, budgets, you show that so that's the market is just like
just asking that you need to close the session and I'm choosing. You can close the session so that we can move this. So that we can move on to the initial set of questions and then so you can say let's take it the judge will discuss the third meeting.
Because even when you need something to do, you not asking about when I do anything. So we have to work time. More people. I learned little about it. It is true that experience and it becomes a good experience.
What they need is something that is turning in something that is lower. Like that. This is what we need to do. I think it's easier even for them to the very good research and having the knowledge to be able to learn what you do and then let's also that's the whole the beyond notion that is the identified something the government department to finance the price result.
What you're saying is with data and research, you can motivate the funding based on the profits.
But just to make sure that we get everyone's also. So the second question is around the is to enable the PhD elaborate that on itself and what is the one is to a few ideas of like the initial economy the process simplifying in the French part in trust. So maybe those are the evidence. They tend to listen being able to that or being able to build the resistance, being able to respond as needed to be so let me start with another and so the good thing is discovery to Twitter now. This is the but the problem is that these are one. Those are that's definitely local government so we think that what happens actually maybe we do the content or send to yes let's actually let's just do the the whole process is something that's not the elected in the United States how what can you still does actually so now yeah, yeah, essentially like this. They do this. They do that on planet when it's cross laws. They do. What's the scenario if you put climate change and so just So they work in silence. I mean, so it's just not fair. And each pathways, a possible pathway, and second is to strengthen the one agency.
So in the sense that you know, by management, the first part is not the great, but also what lies in the
I see what is it's kind of semi-seven. I also structure, but then it's not going to be no, not to say which low income here to get that strong. That's is what it should be for it. It should be a follow up. So like Japanese was not training. That's a truth. That's find out the extension. Yeah. This part this is remove step one. Even if they say that of my style. Then if I'm still don't also go. You're so online to go into the phone. Yes, it's steering that. Conflict of income.
Sitting here and listening and don't understand why they don't prevent this extension of Can you say there's the language barrier, there is obviously that we're talking about PLA, so it needs to be used and we need to be funded. We don't. Most of the research is what is supposed to. If all this plan utilize this jurisdiction, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Short. My turn shows this is the solution that we put forward. Number two.
The partnership direction on green economy. These are just statements that actually need consistency and alignment in the actions and statements that are coming on various government departments. For example, we've got like the Paris Climate Agreement, the commitment to decarbonizing and shifting away from coal into Africa. And we also statements associated with who is the king coal and who is saying that coal has a big future and they are trying to accelerate just increase the creating jobs and
Clear line of communication. Who is responsible for charting that? Is it the PCC? Because we've been established to essentially pull off that narrative together and say it without fear or favor. Let's put that to the test on the feedback session. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. We do need to, without dealing with this, all our efforts will be. So we need to come up with a proposal moving forward how I would deal with corruption, because on my address, because I'm an advocate of good governance change, I am now calling corruption as a pandemic. It requires than COVID-19 and other pandemics we have had. So how do we deal with this pandemic? Because it's not Judge Sondo has said there for how many years, but we have not touched one page of that report. I'm just saying that in terms of ITP, we don't strengthen the positive systems. They are now being done for a checklist, which our institution, I'm unhappy with today's session because we are discussing And can we live here and say we consulted? Okay, but what I'm saying is that issues around it and any other dimension, if ever there is anything called consultation, it's a checklist. So if and then only that's going to generate. Yes. Yes. Because if we do the checklisting, I will go back to issue of corruption. IDP number of we had a very clear 50-year plan with the yes, it is administration. Yeah, this matter I don't pay. But since we left, we don't know where that is. Do you know how much time that we spent going to the city hall to contribute? So when you don't see us coming, it's not like we don't want to come, but there's no point of checking. The capacity building, I think you just put that in and because without capacity, there is nothing that we can do.
Now this is capacity building. It is soccer clubs, players as we had. What countries or did you learn this is capacity building now? Even the
civics, because if there's a need for that, climate change does not exist. The same way with COVID-19. Where do we think we will go with that kind of innovation? We need to people must invest in capacity.
In order to do what? Well, in order to participate in the funding available in response to the question around who is responsible.
So some of these investments that we've identified may be investments that local credit and savings associations may be interested in funding. For example, if we're saying community gardens, are important and recycling, maybe there's a manner in which these associations could get involved, because if you can make money out of it, if it's an investable proposition, then the local community could be honest as well. That's what I understand.
Yes, I just wanted to add maybe one there. The CBOs answering the side as community-based organizations, because they are the source of all these challenges that you feel. Those are people that are need to have control over this MSP, not some of this issue where it's disconnected from. Second thing, the how part as a matter of we need, especially for FDIs, a lot of areas to especially for community-based initiatives. FDIs are solid with profits. We are sitting in one of FDIs.
Sorry, what do you mean by FDIs? Not foreign direct investment.
Financial development entities,
okay.
Like institutions, like banks. They are architect. It's not designed. It's designed. So that means just get towards our career. The people who can make an impact, can implement. People want the Japanese.
Okay, so what could
I said was formal. I think that more than not that
that opinion of but rather that there needs to be a public-private collaborative partnership with communities through community-based organizations in order to be able to implement something and raise funding and implement some of these activities. And it shouldn't just be municipal officers or FDIs. They have to, there's a role for community-based organizations. I asked if I could ameliorate this. Can I take a credit response?
Yeah, I wanted.
I know that he's saying that, but I think that he really means there should be a collaborative meeting.
Yeah, yes, I'm saying there should be a scene. If it's easy, that's what. Let's say, for instance, to my MPC, to my people just NPC is not for me. So there should be easy access from how people like ITC always there should be
in order to access funding rather than only
yes. The other thing is that we do have more amendments. So in terms of accountability, every people this accountability mechanisms in our institutions. Yes, it's money like this for channel just decide the trace our case is what we can account for each and every through our
you let you much better off for the office strategies and public accountants. Are you very pleased to got that non-corrupt people working in your board?
And smart repaying loans. So we recently chaired one of these mechanisms. I mean, the lotteries is it's been 10 years rise over many years that we've done very little about. Why shouldn't there be a climate change pillar within the lotteries fund that can be directly accessed by most recently in NGOs so that they can work in hard conditions, not low conditions, some accountability, transparency of some conditions, but then they don't have to repay loans. Because I don't see that the DFEs are going to give you unconditional money that you're not going to repay, because they're all about making a profit. So there's, yeah.
Okay, but those are
perfect. That is really targeting community organizations and
so there's just to summarize that, because those are two key points. One is that climate change should, first of all, that there should be non-conditional funding in terms of repayment. That needs a separate stream of doing that. And that you're suggesting, for example, that there could be a climate change, climate adaptation pillar within the lotteries, for example, that's organized, as an example, that organizations could apply to, and then there must be clear accountability, because if they're not paying back the money, there must be clear accountability and transparency with regard to each. That's not exactly. Okay, right. That's a what we do.
finance adaptation and correctment for
yes.
keeping things possibly work. Farming, food insecurity is already a crisis. It could be a much bigger crisis if we haven't transformed that.
I'm accused to say that because I wrote a whole, I'm responsible for that whole report, that whole section. But I mean, yeah, okay.
We don't just want to produce climate change, agriculture,
Yeah, okay. We've got very little time, so I have to be able to look at this to report back. Yeah, there's a lot being said. I can keep it in my head for the time that I said. I can keep it in my head. You want to add something else? We have one more question. Well, I mean, you may or may not have anything to say about it. How should the principles of justice, question 3, procedural, restorative, and distributive, be applied?
How can we start dealing with it when it we have come down?
The issue of dissent should be prioritized, and if all is what it contains. The term is complex, was more. But issues of collective bargaining should be incorporated in the issue for this because this should be discussed continuous in workplaces and benefits that people can bring to the workplace, which the benefits like housing, we spoke about the built environment, the house, the so without wasting and using and I'm saying that these terms, the use of terms in this is and terminology must be simplified, excused, but also simplified so that in the way to use it would benefit of the writers. Also as tools of thinking in this space.
What you're making as well was the traditional health and safety unit there, the use of that to more than the discomfort that we use. I don't know that I'm creating a perspective.
As soon as we get up in the center, is what we're saying going to be party, and was with just teasing that.
Okay, my friend says means a point because I think when education is children's schools, without the just transition, I think we should have put that there. So when the kids leave school, they go to the workplace, they understand the just transition and choosing career, education, like you're saying. So you should put that there. So on my point, on the question, I'm going to speak on restitution and then. So now I think we must use we can implement via municipal implementation, use municipalities to implement, because now we have an issue, right? So we have houses that we built like 40 years ago, they are impacted by the floods. While that is happening, then they will approve new houses just next opposite. Now, it's a problem not just saying how do we stop
learning from past mistakes.
The past, and then how we're gonna implement the procedural justice part, but no one is left behind. Where those who are still trying to recover, now they approve, they got an extension from the same companies now. They have a new problem to play. So I think what we must use is the procedural justice. No one literally must play behind. So those who that means speak to land users when they're doing special planning to improve efficiency of our yes.
Any issues on justice? Apart from the many issues.
I just think maybe the Department of Water and Sanitation had a very good program called Water Allocation Reform. I'm not sure, I'm so sure where it ended, but
allocation,
water allocation reform. I think they should revisit that.
Bring it back.
Yeah, bring it back, and the water that will maybe save from whatever adaptation option we may choose, might save the people that we are calling the safe path.
Mr. Mill.
I'll be very brief. I think with what has been said, and the previous questions, we're looking at of education, creating awareness. And then from that, there's a point made on accountability. So if people know what is expected from their leaders, the institutions, that when they'll be able to hold them accountable as well. So until there's that knowledge sharing which has been created and that bit of local ownership, because people can't hold people accountable for things that they don't know that they're doing. So with knowledge sharing and creating local accountable ownership, that's when we can have all these processes.
Add on to that ethics.
Ethics as well.
So, servants of the people. And I think that's a very, very interesting concept, which is aligned to that accountability.
Yes. I think a lot of accountability me is perceiving identifying those Muslim people. It has been personal, but it's also that advice. See, there are police follow me. But if you have the money, have the financial resilience to outstand, this is keep that the paycheck to paycheck, the personal capacity to adapt and not only like review programs. So the same way we hear about it in university.
Anything? I think it's they've mentioned the issue of inclusion. Because if you are rich, definitely will make it, but if you are in the poor rest of the poor, you will be struggling. So the policies are able to address those issues because it's a jargon on tour. Cannot speak. Remember, the success of the policy is its implementation. So even if we can have those policies, but if we can't have the tangible problems that are able to speak to these issues that we are articulating, we can as well just go home. So how do we maximize that? Because we remember that we tap into pyramid. So I'm not sure if in South Africa it's much better. But in our imagination, probably I can imagine that we need to come and flatten the pyramid so that we come to the point of unity. Because here it is depending on whichever way. So you find that that's why people end up coming up with issues because they can't reach the police with its big issues. So it's say just off the flat so that I farm and all these other issues hold on. So we need to come to a point to say how do we promote our policy in a way that the programs that we come up with for climate change, they are able to benefit everyone. Can you go back now and try and adjust so that I can adjustments when that's just really, really stand up. Thank you very much.
So let's look at
Well done.
Thank you.
So I think it's in the kind of yeah. Was for you in the industry.
Another thing, izinto eziningi nasezifayivayo, especially sizakhipha yes, so we were in and kaningi simfihla so-forth. But at the end of the day, but it's up to the post. It's something that's a little bit
amanzi abantwana bakwazi esikolweni and ngapha khona umuntu ogulayo and another thing dumping sites like izimati sine-5 people emfundweni naloo nto bakhona lesi zinto lezi and then manje abantu nabo bayaphothela ngokufana then manje nalabantwana bakubhema drugs hlala laphayana kithi abantu mababuya emsebenzini babababhikithi because we have to cross the road and highways so now they say the challenge another thing it's not hard the highway when I say the main part so right now you know what from the last year the meet last year after cities still down moments in our center and sending somebody this I mean thinking must buy that is up to date and it's some store around
infrastructure failures in this service yeah okay thank you very much
you want
even successional many but just as I think including real we have had the rights to the offices like we get them in so he's a corporate how to get the social
only way we're going to get that group to finish is if we convene. So Dawn, looks like your group is ready and has a presentation. Should we start with you? Group 2? Mike, we're finalizing a presentation.
PhD student.
Yes, I'm saying I want to start with Dawn. Yes, because she had to. We're just going to need the stage for the presentation. The screen is here. Thank you very much. Group 2, are you ready? I believe you have your presentation is ready. Whilst group 1 is catching their breath. Who's presenting from group 2? Dawn? Yes.
Thank you, everybody. I'm going to try and do justice to quite rich discussions that were put forward in our group, which dealt with delivery capacity. And I will also go through each of the questions so that you know what we were responding to. We are actually. Do you think you could give the team the presentation? Would you like me to carry on while we were?
Maybe we should just get the
Also, just while we are going to project, our group was quite diverse, but very few government officials, people from NGOs, CBOs, and really on the other side of government, which was a very good perspective to get. Great. Thank you. So the first question was, what are the priorities for strengthening delivery capacities for adaptation readiness? Common vision was critical, that everybody, the diversity of society that is dealing with climate change, from grassroots all the way up to government, that there should be a common vision and understanding what the challenge is, a common understanding of the challenge, so that we can have a common vision. And then practical skills. So it's fine to have university education, it's fine to have knowledge, scientific knowledge, but actually implementing it at a practical level is really good. The identification of very clear roles and responsibilities of the role players is important, and also to have relevant climate assessments to specific areas. People relate to what's happening in their area, not necessarily to what's happening in other areas. And so it becomes important to localize the understanding of the climate challenge that people are experiencing. Also, climate change is still a buzzword, making sure that it's local, making sure that it's understood at a local level. The education issue came up again. You can read for yourself, but I'm just going to highlight the individual things. We need to change, they spoke about the changing patterns for agriculture. If you understand the weather and the changing patterns in weather, you can adapt your responses to that. So you need to have that knowledge and that understanding. And agriculture is a really good example of the changes in weather patterns, so that you can adapt, especially when you're relying for your livelihood at that level of food. You need to be, the justice aspects can't just be handled in isolation. They need to be in simplified policy documents that people can understand and implementers can understand. Also, there's still on the question of the priorities for strengthening delivery capacities. Everyone that deals with it has a job to do, and again, it relates back to that roles and responsibilities. And the identification of all stakeholders, knowing exactly who the stakeholders are and not leaving anybody out, and being very clear about the role that those people play. And it relates to the earlier issue that was up about who does what, and understanding who does what in this entire value chain towards working to South Africa's common vision for climate change. People are confused, clarifying that confusion is important, and some people are saying and doing. Public education, using social media, making sure that the same message is continually driven home. Because of the very low awareness of climate change and the mistrust around climate change. The obvious issues about enhancing capacity of government and local government in particular. We need to decentralize our approach to adaptation, not just dealing with things at a high level. I said it earlier, but bringing it down to local level and community level that makes it make sense at a local level. Research and financing is important. Having good data and having good research that particularly can help unlock funding, but also know that you're dealing with the real reality of what you're experiencing, what you want to do. The importance of public relations, between the public and the private sector is very important. Getting rid of the mistrust that exists there. The importance of MEL, monitoring evaluation, as well, clearly setting targets and the accountability that comes with that. Skills auditing and performance monitoring in this area of climate change. You can move to the next slide. I can move to the next slide. The next question was identifying the pathways and the actors that can strengthen AR delivery capacity. And here, what was important, public-private partnerships have got a very important role to play. NGOs, critically important. People that can facilitate training at all levels are also very important. The value in having this was a very important, interesting point. The value in having a neutral organization. There's a lot of mistrust between what is the public sector and what is the private sector, and how do we close that gap of trust? And perhaps by having a neutral organization that can play a role in bringing all of the sectors together that play a role in climate adaptation in a very trusting, open, knowledge-sharing environment was a suggestion. It's a complex space, and so you need intermediary organizations. Community-based organizations came up again. They play a very good role in filtering projects and information down to the ground level, translating high-level stuff to practicality at a level, because they interface with communities, and unemployment, dealing with people who are unemployed, and that knowledge transfer is important. Also, how it said street committees are important because it's the lowest level where things happen. And it is important not to lose touch with what happens at the very lowest level of communities, above all the layers of government, notwithstanding the layers of government. The point about safety committees in the workplace was important, the Occupational Health and Safety Act. It must be, its understanding what is occupational health and safety should be broadened to include things like heat and climate change impact on workers. So we need to broaden that understanding and make sure that that's included. And that's also filters to the next question, which was one of the questions about justice. Learning at a much younger level in schools, helping people to understand. It was also about justice and language, translating the complexities of climate change into language that people can understand. And that was another role that CDOs can play. And then the youth are very important to use as well. Apparently they are doing a lot. And playing a very important role in bridging the divide between what needs to be done and what restorative and distributive justice. We didn't specifically stick to the categories of justice, but the points that were made was justice cannot be in isolation, must be in simplified policy, communication that is easily understood, and making sure that the networks and the language and the forums that we establish talk to people who need to understand the points that are being made and not excluded. Another form of justice was, and this was really the distributive justice, was transactions around development often don't actually benefit the communities beyond the project. So making sure that when there is a project or when there is a program, the intermediaries don't take all of the benefits, that it does filter down to the community level. And then the question was raised about what about aspects where large corporations have already caused damage to the environment that communities are suffering from. How do we get restitution from that? And what is that needs to be considered some kind of climate debt that needs to be investigated about how that can be covered. Decent work, which is one of the fundamentals of the justice aspect. We need to talk about just transition aspects, not just transition and not just climate change, and introduce those concepts at a much earlier stage, leaving nobody behind. Municipalities implement projects and programs, and then something happens like a flood or whatever, and then they'll carry on building in the same place and building new. And so the justice issue about that was not only shouldn't you be doing the same, you should not be making the same mistakes that you made previously, but also that there be some kind of compensation for those who have already been, who are affected, and don't just concentrate on new and meeting new targets. The DWS water allocation reform program was mentioned as a good example of perhaps going back to and looking at, because that does deal with justice and water. And so there are lessons to be learned from that. The accountability of leaders, ethical leadership was also that leaders need to be accountable, professionals need to be accountable, and there are ethics and the issue that was raised earlier, civil servants also doing it. Want to go to the missing middle, that we concentrate on the poor and extreme poverty, and then there's a group of people that kind of are managing, but there's a group of people that are just living from day to day to day, and a lot of times policies exclude those people or don't focus on those people. And so to consider the full spectrum, a bit like the gap housing, I suppose, in the Department of Human Settlements, where gap housing was brought in, those that didn't qualify for an RDP house, but still couldn't afford to rent or buy. So that missing middle needs to be taken care of. And then, of course, including everybody, speaking across the board, and making sure that policies are localized so that they benefit where they need to benefit. That was our group. Thank you very much, Pam.
Thank you very much. Quite comprehensive and quite transparent in terms of who said what. First time I see that the report that this person said that, I would take it those points were agreed to when they were made, or it's not just points that were made. Okay. They were agreed to. Okay. All right. Any comments from anybody else, from GAP or something to add? Yes, sir.
Okay, my name is Clement Moepudi from Grassroots for Climate Action in Gauteng. I was thinking about what about PCC or NTC or even local government have special place where they dealing with climate change, so that the information, because the other departments don't want to account on other people's affairs, so that we have like PCC, when you want to refer with climate change, go straight on in all wards, in all provinces, so that when we want information, like people talk Zulu, they are afraid to ask in English. They know that in local where they live, they've got a place where they will ask about climate change, where they will get information, because we have to simplify the language of this climate change. Is very awkward for the grassroots people, because also the people with disabilities have to be considered, because even gays and lesbians, because sometimes if you are not disabled, you won't know their challenges. And then we have to also help them to adapt. Even the gays and lesbians, we have to help them, because here there's no one who's speaking about disability. There's no one who's speaking about gays and lesbians. But we have to consider also them, because it seems as if we left them behind. We are always talking about us, but let's also involve disability, because in the future, adaptation needs to be resilient even for the disabled people. Because if you are on wheelchair and there comes a disaster, a flood, what are you going to do? Everyone is going to run away for his life, and we forget about the disability. Because we have to make it universal accessible in all buildings around South Africa. Like I like ITC, they've got, you can see somebody with wheelchair, there's a moving machine. That have to be applied in all government, in all public areas, even the malls and everything. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other friend? So Dawn, that was like an addition. There was no point of clarity. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Thank you very much to that group. Okay, now between group 1 and group 3, who's ready? Okay, group 3. Representation.
Hi, I'm not going to put presentation up. There's not enough time to be able to organize it properly to do that. I'm just going to speak. And I've tried to very quickly summarize the summaries and into specific points. If I miss things from the summaries, or both myself and the scribe have missed things from some of the discussion, you can help us and fill us in. The second point I wanted to make is that although there were 3 separate questions, very often you slide between the questions in the discussion. So I'm not really going to bring them out in terms of the 3 specific questions. The third point is that when you were talking about this question these questions we were facing, you slide into the other groups as well. A lot of the issues are around governance as well. So these are the caveats that I think we just need to bear in mind before I try and start. People were absolutely adamant that we have to break down silos. Can't do anything about accessing resources, finance, etc., prioritizing investments unless you break down silos. Silos within departments, silos between levels of governance, and silos between government and communities, the private sector, and other stakeholders. Unless these silos are broken down, both in terms of investment and as well in terms of information and communication, we will not be able to tackle the critical issues around adaptive resilience. What came out of this as well is that if you're going to do this, then you have to be able to speak to people in a language they understand. So, for example, right at the end, talking about restorative, procedural, distributive justice is not going to mean anything to ordinary people. What they understand is this fair? Is this transition fair? So it's fine for us to talk in those terms, that language, but we have to be able to put things in terms that ordinary people will understand. So communication is critical. And without communication in terms that people understand, we will not capacitate and empower communities and ordinary people in terms of understanding what the problems are with it around climate change, what adaptive resilience requires and is about, and what are the mechanisms to be able to deal with adaptive resilience and who's going to do what. So there was a very strong feeling around that. In terms of silos and relationships, it was felt that there needs to be interaction between levels of government as well. So it would, you can cascade down a program from the national to the provincial to the local, and then you'll have much greater impact if you cascade programs and plans down. I've covered the investment in communications to grassroots. Oh, to be very specific, it was felt that we have to invest in weather prediction, in climate. Sorry, we have to invest in what is the word? Where's my weather lady?
Early warning system.
That's right. Thank you. Unless we build the capacity around that, we're unable to predict. If we're unable to predict, we're unable to actually deal with adaptive resilience. So this was tied in later on with a discussion around disaster risk and disaster risk management. We have to specifically invest in disaster risk management, because if we don't do that, we don't link it to weather patterns and understanding weather infrastructure and what's going on, then we also won't be able to deal with disaster and risk management. So these things will go together, and they have to become a focal point in terms of investment. Water is absolutely critical to communities, but there's a short-term and a long-term issue here. The long-term issue is maintenance, retrofitting, investing in new infrastructure, investing in climate resilient infrastructure. These are absolutely critical things. These are long-term. In the short term, what communities need are access to water in terms of JoJo tanks, in terms of water tanks, etc., etc. And there has to be a concerted effort to be able to make sure that ordinary communities have access to water. I think this is a big issue, in Gauteng, because it was very, very, very strongly put. In doing this, we also have to take into account that disabled people struggle. If you don't have water in your house and you have to go somewhere to access the water, and you're visually impaired, you're blind, partially sighted, or you're in a wheelchair, etc., there are real problems around that. So in terms of disabled people, they have very specific needs, and this has to be taken into account. And this mirrors what was said in the previous discussion. We need to create very, very specific funding mechanisms around adaptive resilience. This is a point that Belinda made earlier, which we took up as well. It's no good having plans without having budgeting and without working out the finance to be able to do what is required. So budgeting and planning go together. In terms of planning, also goes together with the whole question of disaster risk management and prediction. There's no point in coming after the event and counting the dead bodies, as somebody very bluntly put it. Why don't we rather try, if we knew what was happening beforehand and had planning, then there'd be a lot less impact upon ordinary people's lives, and I mean that in a real sense, if there was proper planning beforehand. But in order to have proper planning, you have to invest in prediction and in weather infrastructure, etc. On the question of budgeting and planning, there should be a lot of funding is conditional, and organizations, NPOs and CBOs are faced with conditional funding. They struggle around that because they can't always repay back conditional funding. So there should be unconditional funding, but not unconditional in the sense of no accountability, etc. It has to be transparent, have to be audited, they have to have proper boards, etc., etc. But as a good example, the lottery's been going for 30 years, as somebody said, and what the hell has come out of that? Why isn't there, within the lottery, a very specific pillar around climate change, around adaptive resilience, around issues that CBOs, NPOs want to focus on and should be able to access funding from the lottery? This is an example of non-conditional funding, which could actually help communities enormously. I'll jump to something late that, while I'm on this question of finance, a very important point was made by somebody who's clearly involved in jet funding, etc. I forgot his name, Richard. So he isolated 3 sources of funding. Jet funding, we should be able to tap international funding sources, and we need to be able to do that in a very focused manner. Second of all, there's public-private funding, which PPPs, which need to be instituted. The private sector is sitting on a lot of money. They will invest if there's a value proposition with regard to adaptive resilience. So we need to find ways of drawing the private sector into investment and through public-private partnerships. There's also the question at the most local community level. The point that Mike de Klerk made about credit and investment savings associations at a community level, these also should be looked at in terms of activities that could take place at a local community level. Community gardens You know, for example, recycling, activities like that might be able to be focused upon and utilized to draw upon such funding. In terms of funding, it's no good saying there's so much money available for, Joanne made this point, were you, Joanne? In terms of funding, there's no point in saying we have 8 billion or whatever it is for climate resilience, for adaptive resilience programs, climate change adaptation, et cetera, if people don't know where these are and how to access them. So this takes us back again to the earlier point about communication. Communication is absolutely critical in terms of understanding investment, understanding where investment is, and understanding how to access that investment. On this question as well, education. We talk about mainstreaming climate change in policies and plans, but actually we should be mainstreaming in a very compulsory manner climate change, adaptation, mitigation, etc., education into the schools at the primary and at the senior level. This should be part of the curriculum. And that will have a knock-on effect within communication to communities. I mean, children come home and tell their parents. They can tell their parents about what this means in a way in which none of us can explain and have the same impact. So the knock-on effect of teaching younger children about climate change is that it permeates and infuses itself into communities. There's also the critical question was one about waste removal. If you don't have proper waste removal at the municipal level, this impacts in a number of different ways. It not only means you have you have to wade your way through rubbish, you know, all the time in local communities. It puts immense stress and strain on landfill sites. And this puts stress and strain on municipalities because it costs money to run and maintain landfill sites. So getting waste removal done properly is critical. If you have waste removal being done properly, then you can police and penalize people who just dump on landfill sites. When there are clear signs, if you do this, that you're not allowed to dump anything you want on a landfill site. So it starts with proper waste removal. It has an impact upon landfill sites. It allows one to police properly dumping. And it allows the next step, which is cycling, and which is a long-term process, to be instituted within communities. So recycling is tied to waste removal. And if we had proper invested in recycling activities at the local community levels, in suburbs, etc., then this will have an impact upon landfill sites. It will reduce the amount of rubbish, and it will actually allow for a major cost saving. People also raised the point about in communities, one doesn't know where to go in terms of information. There needs to be a one-stop shop or one-stop place around climate change in order for people to be able to know what to do, how to report things, what to do, information about this, etc. So the municipalities have to be capacitated actually to be able to give the information around climate change issues. I'm nearly finished. CBOs are critical at the community level. And when one talks about public-private partnerships, this requires DFIs to also take into account of CBOs to work with community-based organizations and non-profit organizations in terms of the funding they've got so that this can be accessed and implemented and operated at a local community level. That relationship needs to be strengthened. We've made the point numerous times that there's no point in the definition of a mad person is he keeps on saying the same thing and doing the same thing, but actually no change happens. Well, we do that all the time in KZN. The bridges get swept away. We just rebuild the bridge in exactly the same way. So there has to be an investment in climate resilient infrastructure, in materials, and methods of building so that you don't just keep doing the same thing all over again. It was a point made on the panel very, very well. Early warning systems are critical. We have to have planning. I've raised that already. Right, I think I've got one more point. I've understood. Ethical leadership is absolutely critical. Without ethical leadership, we won't go anywhere. I think that I've covered more or less in a different way some of the issues that have been raised, but if I haven't, I welcome anybody participating and telling me I've either talked rubbish, I have missed out some things, or whatever.
Or all of the above. Any additions first from the group? Looks like you did a
Thank
good
you
job.
very, very much to the group.
Additions from us to the group, or questions or things that you think they should have said they didn't say? Yes, sir.
Okay, my name is Clement Mepudi from Grassroots for Climate Action, G4CA Gauteng. I would like to make this point that when we want to achieve resilience, we need to know that adaptation leads to resilience, and resilience is a property needed for handling the capacity to adapt. We have to have the resilience first. That will give us the ability and the capacity to adapt. And the other thing is that when we address these climate change issues, we have to know that they are interdependent. They are all interdependent for the system which it's being applied for adaptation. Because if one system or one department fails, the whole link, which is the chain link, fails. Now we have to know that each and every adaptation measures have a subsystem, because if the subsystem fail, the whole system fail. Now we have to make sure that the Climate Change Act is being practiced, and it have to be our daily bread. Climate Change Act 22 of 2024. We have to follow it. It gives us all the things that we need here and all the things that we want. Thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I just want to add that the resource mechanisms should be context-based. And procurement systems need to be agile as well, because as is, I think they also impact on how we do things. Thank you.
Those were additions as opposed to questions. So I would, let's say, once again, thank the group for a comprehensive presentation, and those additions will then be added to the work. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Program Director, and thank you, colleagues. Good afternoon. Yeah, I think I only have 5 minutes on my side.
Barely, yeah.
That's a bit more unfair. I mean, my group will butcher me if I were to butcher their comments and inputs, and really some very sound and, if you like, practical recommendations that we got as part of question 3. So on our group, we had the 3 questions to talk to. The first one being the key adaptation and resilience elements that must be addressed through cooperative governance. So we also looked as the second question in terms of what must be put in place to enable this adaptation and resilience cooperative governance model. So who needs to act on what? So we had a whole host of discussion around that, particularly at the local level. We also were asked to respond to the question on how we should incorporate the principles of justice especially in implementing these pathways. I think, like Mike, will also struggle to sort of respond per principal area, but suffice to say that we did, I think, discuss in detail, particularly around procedural justice, but also restorative justice. As you would know, we are in this big economic hub, which has once enjoyed its glory around the gold mining era. And yeah, these are some of the key themes that came out. So I will not, oh, next slide. Sorry for that. So the key themes really spoke about accountability, accountability of the ward councillors that we elect, accountability of the municipal officials who are appointed to serve the communities, but also accountability broadly in terms of our leadership in the various governance structures. We also spoke about trust. So there's an appreciation that there's some serious trust deficit between the public service broadly, but also the communities or citizens at large. And there's some work that needs to be done there. We look at the intergovernmental relations framework, whether that is working or not. Is there a point of us still relating to intergovernmental relations framework when we simply just need to fix a pothole and we are told that that's a provincial function or a district municipal function or whatever the case is on the intergovernmental relations framework? Devolution of power, who has the power to really deal with water issues, for instance, the issue of water service boards or water service authorities versus the local municipalities in terms of jurisdiction and mandate. We also spoke about capacity building. So the colleagues asked me to write this in capital letters and also highlight it in red. And I've done exactly that. But here, really, it was capacity building at all levels. Government, in particular, local government, in particular with the citizens as well. So I like also the contribution from the previous group around education being used as a tool to drive that capacity building, or even, if you like, awareness. There was an issue of civic education that was raised, consultation and participation, meaningful participation, that is. Apologies for missing that out because they don't, I mean, the point there was that we are tired of this IDP story where we just come in to sign the register and then afterwards we are leaving without knowing exactly where our inputs are going to, what's next, and all of that. So the meaningful participation part. They also spoke about community media and community level awareness. So the engagement of radio stations, as we had earlier on with the input around the film and television industry, this time around with the local media in terms of access, language accessibility, but also being able to dilute content and communicate content in a way that can be absorbed and received by all community members. Continuity in planning, government change every day at a local municipal level. I know a municipality somewhere in the country, in fact, a metro, where they've seen a change of mayors, or at least they've had about 22 municipal managers over a very short space of time, which was 3 years. So it's those things of continuity to say we spent a good amount of time going to city halls, contributing to a 50-year plan of the metro. And overnight, that 50-year plan was just chucked out. And now we are starting from ground zero. There was an issue of representation, gender inclusion, and people living with disability. And here to say, as Ntate Clement was just raising it now, or emphasizing also in the previous groups, to say there needs to be some meaningful inclusion of this categorization, in particular also women and children who are largely affected by disasters and are also able to be the first responders when disasters happen. We also spoke about the issue of SPLUMA, Special Land Use Management Act, particularly around settlements. How do we think about settlements and how do we think about rezoning and respecting the regulations that are centered around the special framework regulatory environment? We also spoke about research and development in terms of particularly the innovation part, to say we're not going to reindustrialize if we don't invest in research and development, if we don't really ignite the necessary innovation that's meant to drive us forward, as we may have heard from Lonley earlier on around coming up with Sasol back in the days and looking at what Sasol is today. So those types of innovations, those long forward-looking types of research and development programs. Misinformation and mixed messages, this really was also emphasized a lot in our contributions, because what you tend to see from time to time is that even those who have the right information, but they tend to sort of mislead those who don't have the information, and there's mixed messages from the government side around where the direction of the transition is going. Are we decarbonizing? Are we taking a break from this decarbonization, or what the case is? So that was also strongly emphasized. Advocacy was also a big part of the conversation. I will go back to the representation part, which really included research, government, civil society, international organization, and religious representation. Really here, colleagues, to be more specific on some of the issues. You know, there was an issue around the restructuring of government. So now going back to the IGR theme, how do we think about restructuring government? Because this issue of having a district municipality that has some powers, but not all the powers, and the local municipality that has some powers, but not all the powers, working together, it seems that it does not work. And those having to also have a big brother in the form of the province or a national government department, that seems to also be putting a little bit of strain in terms of service delivery. There's serious lack of accountability, and the colleagues also felt strongly in the group that there needs to be some strong emphasis around the work that the Auditor General is doing, including taking that down into some serious consequence management. There was also a strong sort of contribution, particularly around issues of occupational health and wellness and safety, as it relates to government buildings, making sure that there's sufficient access for people with disabilities, but also observation of some of the risks that are possible in workspaces. There was also the question of access. So the issue of language, which I think Mike also emphasized, to say we need to be consulted in a language that we understand, but we also need to be able to contribute in a language that we can use from where we are. So awareness came in very strongly, the review of the regulatory environment to accommodate the changes in terms of our climate system, particularly on the infrastructure side, to say maybe let's rethink about how we approach the ISO 14090. I'm making sure that I'm highlighting the specific points that were really raised as they are centered around these themes. There was also the issue of corruption, which is, I think, is the big missing piece here on the themes. Corruption is a pandemic, and is the biggest pandemic that is setting us back beyond COVID-19. And colleagues are of the very strong view that we should really deal decisively with corruption, side-by-side accountability. I would be doing injustice and repetition, Chair, if I continue beyond these points, but let me allow also my group to just come in. These are the themes. This is the representation. We thank you very much, colleagues, for your contribution.
Good. Thank you. Any additions from the group? Any comments or questions from outside the group? Thank you. Thank you very much for all of the groups. I mean, there were certain issues that did overlap, both in between the questions, but also between the groups. And I suppose when we consolidate the outcome of this workshop, those will be issues like a language. Oh, okay.
I'm Clement Mepudi from Grassroots for Climate Action, G4CA Gauteng. I think my colleague forgot about the resilience part where we have to implement the building back better, where on the infrastructure that was damaged or on the infrastructure that needs to be renovated so that it must not be damaged like before. The bridges have to be extended because now the water is getting high, but we have to make a building back better so that it must be in the government policies so that when we build, we must know that we're building it for 200 years, not like on the olden days when they build it for 20 years. We have to extend the lifespan of all our infrastructure. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Yes, he did say some of the things because that point was covered in a different way by group 2. And then he did say that he was not going to repeat, but thank you very much for emphasizing it. So in the report itself and the outcome of the workshop, those cross-cutting or issues that apply to cross the sectors will then be pulled up and be represented as such. I'm now standing between you and lunch. And Commissioner Makoma Likalakala. Who's the second? Yes. Oh, I didn't see. We'll do the closing and kind of synthesizing what came out and also
Ajumelang, good afternoon. I'm aware that I'm standing between you and lunch, but this is important. It has got to be done. On behalf of the commission, the Presidential Commission, I would like to thank the organizers, the speakers, and everyone who contributed to the engagement today and all the other previous engagements. Our country has several developmental challenges, and climate change is a threat multiplier. South Africans are living with this impacts of climate change. The recent floods across the country the last weeks continue to highlight this. In this room, we have people from diverse perspectives, also with different experiences, and this is required in shaping adaptation strategies that speaks to different science pathways, including being considerate of the lived experiences of communities across the landscape of our country. The three sector study speaks to the core issues that when disasters strike, we all rally around whether we have shelter, we have food and water. And that's why this study is so important. In today's discussions, presentations, and panel discussions, there are takeaways that these are some of the issues that came up. And also, I'll try to summarize. I'm not sure if I'm good at that, but I will try. In that, it is important to have an integrated approach. And I think that's why this study was called on. And that integrated approach would assist us in developing adaptation strategies. There is a need for sustainable water resource management, a need for investment in resilient infrastructure, and also the role of improved and good governance in ensuring water supply. A number of discussions have been held on climate smart agriculture, innovation in food production, and policy frameworks supporting resilience in the sector. The climate resilient infrastructure sustainable urban planning. And we can see that in other cities in this country. For an example, the city of Tshwane has got a lot of this sustainable or the urban planning that was done in the past had such climate resilient infrastructure. And it would be important to integrate climate and adaptation measures into development project. I think this has come up also as to the example that was made about eThekwini, and also how some of what is called the low-cost houses are built without even considering the build, whether it's a resilient build, whether it can stand climate change induced natural disasters. I think overall, with the discussion or the dialogue or what has been shared today, is that we recognize that there's key insights shared and the collaborative spirit of the workshop. That's why I indicated earlier that everyone here, we come from different backgrounds, but then because of the collaborative spirit of the meeting, we have actually, through the presentations that have been made now, the three presentations shows that we really want to go somewhere, we really want to go forward. What also came out is the understanding of the importance of channeling funding to adaptation efforts. And I know that this is the work that the Secretariat that is part of the working group on resilience and adaptation are busy working on a just adaptation and resilience investment. And it's a huge job. I mean, having to convince, some of the players that include Treasury, Development Fund, finance institution. It's a huge task, a mammoth task. And one thing is that members of the Secretariat are engaging with that passionately. But what also came out at this meeting today, which also is of importance, is the understanding the role of local government. Understanding the role of local government as the initial responders at the whole phase of these climate disasters, and establishing a means of cooperative governance. We are all aware that monitoring and tracking climate action is challenging, but essential to determine how we effectively improve our response mechanism. So if we know what has happened 20 years ago, 10 years ago, we would be able to come up with preparedness strategies, because our monitoring and evaluation would have, and the data collection would have guided what sort of decisions we make. This thing, which I also had reverberating in today's discussions, this is what other people would say action. We need to act. But we can talk about action. And many a times, I don't like when people um, um, let's have a call for action, because most of the time it doesn't happen. And this is part of what also comes out of the study, that this needs to happen, this needs to happen, this needs to happen. We need to develop a different language around call to action or taking action. But what came out, and what I think is quite important, and this is what I think we're putting to you, all of you, is that it is important to translate the ideas, the insights into actionable strategies. That actionable strategies means that we need to be in an implementation mode and not continuously in a consultative and talking mode. And this is what this study tells us to do, because the study, as integrated, it also put, in the public face or in our faces what really needs to happen, and we learn from the past so that we can improve what happens. But one other thing, we won't say it's a call for action, and I'm glad that the Climate Change Act it also mentions and emphasizes that there's a need for continuous collaboration between stakeholders. That is, all stakeholders include government, private sector, and communities. This is also what I think the Climate Change Act is emphasizing on. The other thing is that we need to have a gendered lens, as vulnerable groups that include women and children are the most negatively impacted. So procedural justice demands that they are part of designing and decision-making on whichever action that has got to be taken. And in many a times we would say that the documents that we have are the language is gender sensitive, forgetting that it's, yes, the language is good, but the gender lens may not have been applied into the studies or also into the recommendations that would be made. So finally, I think as we stand at the crossroads of climate uncertainty, one truth remains clear. Our strength lies in our resilience, innovation, and unwavering commitment to progress. Building a climate-ready economy is not just an aspiration. It is a necessity, a responsibility, and an opportunity. A climate-ready economy is one that protects people, secures livelihoods, and builds a sustainable future for generations to come. And it is within our power, through resilience, innovation, and relentless efforts, that to shape that future. Thank you very much. And I hope what's going to happen from now on, the studies are going to be shared. Normally we have the documents posted on the website of the Presidential Climate Commission. They are accessible to the public, so these kinds of reports would always be there. And also the meeting, because it has been recorded, it can be accessed in the near future, or you can direct some of your colleagues or some other people into the recording so that they can learn more or just keep abreast with what was discussed here. And so I would like to thank USISPEM for moderating. And I know it's not an easy thing, especially when you moderate a session or of people who are passionate about an issue. But we know SISPEM ingagara, so to say. But then without, angifuni ukunimoshela isikhathi. I know amashukela namatswayi sewakhuphukile. So I would want to say thank you very much for everyone who is part of this engagement, this meeting, and the session would be closed now. It doesn't mean that we don't talk about these issues any further. And I would like to thank everyone. So lunch is served. Thank you.